already. So we are currently cooking a little bit of food, guys. Haven't eaten yet, so we're making a little bit of food, and then we're gonna jump into this grind shortly after. So chicken's almost done. Everything else is done. I'm just waiting on the chicken to thicken up its sauce, and I'll throw it all together, and we'll eat while we hang out and chat. But yeah, appreciate y'all for coming and hanging out. Like I said, it'll be a few more minutes before we actually start doing anything in particular, but we can log in at least and kind of hang out here for a minute. At least get some scenery. Yeah, so I don't really know exactly what we're gonna be doing per se with the character. I already have all this. Did see a build from one of my viewers hook me up. Kind of play it by ear at this point. Don't really know exactly what I'm doing, but we're gonna figure it out. I don't know what he used for the build. Because I think he had done specializations first. I don't know which ones they use. I didn't look at that part. But eventually I want to end up in Reaper. I think that's just sick, but I don't know what he uses for that build per se. Okay, so definitely they use this because they want me to run Carapace setup. I don't know about the rest though. Ugh. I think this, maybe it's Blood Magic. I know we run that. I don't know if we run Soul Reap. I think we run Soul Reaping. I think we want us to run this, maybe? I think I want Soul Reaping, Death Shroud, and I don't know what the other one would. Oh, I think it's Curses, because I think you're supposed to get damage from fearing. Maybe that's what it is. I'll have to, like I said, I'll have to look at it again, but yo, what up, mate? How you doing today? Oh, it was this. Inflicting a fear. There we go. Inflicting a fear gives us quickness and fury, which increases our crit chance, which increases our damage. I think this is what we wanted to run. So, fight with death magic. We can get Carapace. Did we end up running Curse so we can get Fears as the last one, maybe? Possible. Yeah, maybe? You get Fury when you enter form. I don't know. I'd have to look at it again. But we're waiting on our chicken to thicken up. We're doing pretty good. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep today. I got about 4 hours of sleep. Couldn't go back to sleep because I started getting hungry, and then I'm finally making food. Freaking 5 hours later. Um, 'Cause I got up at like 7, and it's now almost midnight, and I'm finally about to eat. But I'm hungry as fuck. Like I said, I've been hungry for 5 hours. But we were fixing a dresser. We got a new dresser for one of our spare rooms or whatever, and we redid the tracks on the drawers, and it took us days to do. We finally finished it up today since I got up early. I was like, oh, let's just finish it today instead of tomorrow. So we sat down to do that. All right. So what do we got here? Take a little bars and unable to move, so that's a CC. Create a C, turret location, attack nearby. And then weaken yourself, envelop target, knocks gas. That blocks enemy missiles. Okay. This one, poison yourself, transfer boons on your foe into negative conditions. Bleed yourself, grant might to allies around you, and bleed your target. Interesting. Not a bad option. I think we just go with more of the grants life force while in combat, which is kind of nice. Reduce incoming damage, and then this one is movement speed. It's kind of nice, but maybe we go with this just so we have life force while we're in combat, which is helpful because we need to get into Death Shroud more often. The spectral, the damage reduction is that, so we enter it and it ticks. Leave Death Shroud and return to normal form. So it ticks while we're in it. And this uh says binding your enemies with your life force, pulsing out conditions. They can break this bind if they get far enough away from you. Bound foes are immobilized if the bind finishes. Interesting. And this sucks in life force. Damage nearby foes and steal their life force. So that's helpful. Then I wonder if we can see them while we see the life force abilities. These are weapons. I want to see the life force. Oh, dude, okay. And then this one, inflict a fear. Okay. Which could be helpful because the one when they're feared, they take more damage or something. Send out a claw. If it hits a foe, it inflicts bleed and chill on nearby foes, and may cast Dark Pursuit. What's that? I don't know what Dark Pursuit is. And you may cast Dark Pursuit to Shadow Step to initiate target. I don't know what that means. This is Dark Path. This is Dark Pursuit. Maybe you kick it again? And then blast your foe with life force. So this is just a regular auto attack kind of. This is kind of like a TP if it kind of works. Fear, get more life force, do damage, and deal damage based off life force. That's pretty interesting. You just get into the form, and then when you get out of form, you want to generate as much life force as you can. I wonder how you get it. Looking at this, it says fire chill, and if you look, it says on. So this one, the sacrifice health, inflict damage to all targets, dealing damage, and it says ravenous wave, which I don't know what that is. Send a wave of necrotic energy cascading towards a target. Gain life force if you hit enemy. Reactivating this skill to inflict additional damage on all targets. I don't know what the difference is. Why is it two different things? I don't understand. I don't understand why there's two forms. Like, this has two forms as well. Gorge and Path of Gluttony. What? I don't know how that works. Okay, let's stick to the dagger one for now. Target foes and gain life force. So 8%, 4%, and then nothing on the third hit. It gets 12% for a triple attack. And then this doesn't seem to gain any. And this gets 5%. Oh, 5% per boon removed, it looks like. Interesting. And what about offhand? So sword offhand. I don't understand the sword having two forms. What is their other option then? We got offhand dagger. Doesn't seem to do life force. I don't see any other thing. Like greatsword could be sick. Like this gets 10% life force, does damage, gives quickness. What if I send cooldown though? This gets life force. Life siphon.
You're young to be so confident.
And then this one is 5, 7, 9. So it's not as good for life force build. That's scepter. Trying to find a way to like build life force quickly. Oh, sorry, I didn't say something sooner, Jake. I saw your message and I thought I said something, but I definitely did not. 12% life force with 6-second cooldown. Also, I think dagger's just the way to go. That's 12, like a spam attack. Generate it pretty quickly.
You're young to be so confident.
If I can understand this, this could work. A 6-second cooldown on Ravenous Wave. Not as much life force generation as the other one. That's not pistols. What about pistols? There's an enemy with a series of corrosive bullets inflicting tormented vulnerability. Gain life force for the first target hit by each bullet. That's pretty cool. I mean, this could be a really easy life force generator. We can go pistols? Just for shits and giggles? I kind of don't hate that idea. This is a G. I don't want to try pistols. Like, I don't feel like I'll have like good AoE with pistols. That sounds dope. Oh, I didn't see the torches. Oh yeah, this is what we're looking for. Okay, so this is huge life force. 3-second cooldown. That's sick. Place a dimensional hand that draws life force from foes. Like that's sick. Um, so I think this is focus offhand would be actually nuts. So yeah, maybe we try and get a focus. Yeah, I think we try and get a focus. Warhorn offhand too, I think is another one that they recommend. Yeah, I think both of these would be kind of cool. I don't want to try both of these. It's like I think the goal of this is to try and get into life Death Shroud as fast as possible. Try and stay in it as long as possible. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check on my food and hopefully we can get running.
can see you've traveled far.
Alright, I'm back. I got my food. I got some water. How is everybody doing today? Oh, man. How's things going with you, Dig? How was your day, mate? Anybody else that's hanging out and lurking? Please chime in. Low troll questing. Nice, nice. Still rocking your Guardian? Have the dungeons been still doable? Or did you run into a part where you had to actually start partying with people? I mean, obviously you can over level a bunch of them. Because you're still probably somewhat not max level.
Good hunting.
Hard ground makes stronger roots.
Those roving threats are insane. Yeah, kind of glanced at the Path of the Exiles update patch notes. There's so much information, man. Way too much information overload. Like, I couldn't even retain a portion of it. The only thing I can retain is like the cliff notes of like they revamped a couple of league mechanics. They changed the sockets, how the sockets work, and most spells got their crit chance, cast speed, and mana cost adjusted. There's a whole slew of other things, but that's the cliff notes. I'm just hoping the league mechanic itself is like enjoyable. Because it seems like you have to interact with something and then teleport to the seafloor to kill a bunch of mobs in a short period of time, kind of like Delirium, how it like ends, or Breach, how it ends. You have a short time period to clear as much as you can and get back to the middle to get out before it collapses or something. That's a gist of what I think it's gonna work like. So it might suck. That's how the league mechanic works, where you have to like find it, then jump in it, then teleport to another place, then fight that, and then go back to mapping. It's gonna interrupt mapping speeds. And it could interrupt like certain league mechanics too. Like if you have non-permanent delirium, will the delirium end while you're down there? Will it carry over? I don't know. Seems interesting. We'll have to see. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting for sure. I, oh yeah, yeah. Ed said they got nerfed a little bit. We'll see. I don't know. I'm just looking forward to something like change up the days, you know. Give me like palate cleanse me a little bit of Guild Wars. Good enough on food. I'll snack on it throughout the night. Let's try and finish up the map. Ugh. Oh, sorry. Prep it a little bit. Let me take that off the screen. Hey. Alright. Like I said, we're just gonna do a quick little 100% of this city really fast, and then we'll move on to the quests, like we always do. It seems to be the most efficient way to do things like this. There's something wrong
Excuse me.
here, but I think it's underneath. That's underneath as well. Put up this. This. Alright. Now I'm gonna jump down to grab the Vista, so I have to do the jumpy puzzle for it. Oh. Okay. Wrap around this. Oh, yeah. Thingy right here first. Oh, scratch my face. I think that's all good. You gotta get up there. Do another project in a second. No, I don't want to do the quest yet. I mean, we can do the quest actually. Right around here. Grab this really fast. No. Okay, that's one way to get in here. Okay.
The trouble's this way, Valiant.
Oh. That would open it for us
This
anyway.
brute could be the foe you seek. Hurry!
Oh, man.
Please, enough. Victory is yours. Just let him live.
Live? This sapling accepted my challenge and failed. His life is forfeit.
Please, Dagdar, go and leave me. I'll kill you too if you stay. You're a monster, Bersalak. I won't let you.
Alright, so we're gonna do some scout areas. We're
I
gonna use
won't
it,
live
you know.
without my beloved.
So be it. As Ventari teaches, hard ground
Let's take
makes
care of.
stronger roots.
Maybe we can do it a couple times.
I'm ready to go.
What the? What the? Hey guys, give me just a second. I'm gonna check something.
Good try, but you're no match for me, Weed. You did well enough that I'll leave you alive. For now. But I'll be back. The next time we fight, try to make it a real challenge. Or I'll make sure to finish what I started here today.
Alright, I think we're good. Alright, two more vistas, which I know one's above me. The other one's right here. Let's go and get the other vista. The other points of interest should be in the middle here somewhere. Where's the other vista? Right here. Alright. So it doesn't look like, oh, we have one in the bottom at the very end. Oh, we missed that one. How can I not get through those trees? That's the kind of shit that just doesn't make any sense in this game. Okay, and then go up a floor. Go up another floor. Go to the top floor. It looks like it's on the very top floor. At least like two of them are. Oh, I got one. Not the one, the two I was shooting for. Two I was shooting for are up there.
It was all interesting, from the centaurs of the west to the dragon brand in the east.
What was your favorite of all the places you saw on your voyage?
Lion's Arch. It's an enormous, glorious, fascinating array of citizens. Holbrack, the city of Norn, was covered in ice.
You get up there. Oh no, I don't want to descend, I want to ascend. Oh my god. Why does it have to be a long ass cutscene?
In her eyes I am dishonored. I cannot even look at her in her current state. My friend, you couldn't help what happened.
Oh. I wonder if the thing I randomly ran into that was like, into this instance.
To go there and fight. Thank you.
Yo, that is a really long cutscene. Come on. Just to traverse from up to down, like vice versa. Yo, Topher, what's going on, man? Alright, that's okay. That is how we get up here. Alright, what are we missing? No. 11:15, jeez. Yeah, those long days, man. You're just like, I ain't doing jack shit today. Going home and chilling, you know? Those days, man. Alright. So we're done with this zone. Cool. Now we have to go back out here. Just laying in the bed, yeah. Oh, sometimes that's how it be, you know. I've been working on a cabinet with the wife, redoing the drawers and stuff, like the whatchamacallit, the rails and stuff, so they slide in and out and lock and stuff. On a new dresser we got, and bro, just doing that work just kills my back. Sitting on the floor, being on my hands and my knees, you know, laying inside the freaking dresser and stuff like that, bro. Let me fucking tell you. At some point, I'm looking at the wife. I look at her. I said, "You gotta help me up. I can't sit up."
At least I will see you once more.
I mean, we're not like fixing it. We just wanted to replace the drawer, the drawer slides, because the one that came with are the center drawer slides, right? Where it's like a single slide in the middle of the drawer underneath it. And we don't like those because they tend to break over time, you know what I mean? So we switched it to side rails, like you would see in like kitchen drawers. Because it's easier to slide when there's two of them. It's more reliable, it's sturdier, they actually lock, they don't pull all the way out, you know? So we switched them to those, but since the dresser wasn't designed for that, whatchamacallit, it took a little bit of finagling. Because we had to put in wood for them to.
Greetings. Undead to the east. Be ready.
Sorry, we had to put in wood for the rails to actually screw into, because the dresser wasn't designed for them, so they just don't have a spot for them. So yeah, it's kind of annoying, but it worked out. Because it took us like 2 or 3 days to do it, because we had to figure out how to do it, and then we had to get the materials for it, and then we had to get more materials, and we were trying to do 2 different types of, because there was like tall drawers and short drawers. So the short drawers, we were like, oh, maybe the single slide in the middle, because they're small short drawers, will be fine, but we couldn't get the new single slides to work. So we were just like, screw it, we'll just put the side slides in, and then that, yeah, like I said, it just turned into a whole fiasco. But we finally got that done today. Now she's going to, funny, because I say we're not refurbishing it, but now she's going to, touch up the, bang marks that we caused while we were doing all this work. Kind of smacked it and banged it, so she's going to touch up the bang marks. And for some reason this dresser didn't have a clear coat on it, so she's going to add a clear coat. Well, I mean, I guess it is kind of like a refurbish, but the thing is, it doesn't look bad, right? It looks fine. It's not beat up. It doesn't need to be fixed up. We're just doing things that we think will be better in the long run for it.
The seeds are ready. Remember,
More of like an
the enemy
upgrading
can
it.
come from either side. Stay alert.
And it's funny because like it's something so simple, but yet when you start doing it, that simpleness turns into fucking difficult. Always difficult. It's never as easy as it should be.
Greetings. Greetings. There, to the west. More undead. Hi. Give me a moment. I need to prepare more seed plants. Hello.
You know what made the whole process the most tedious though, Tover? It wasn't that like we had to add wood or do anything crazy like that. It was I had to use like 5 different screws. And they had like 3 different like heads, like drill bits that I needed.
Plant them quick.
And then I needed to pre-drill some of the holes as well. So I had like 4 different bits, freaking 4 different screws. So it just got more and more tedious the more we got into it.
Hello. Oh, Everett, how I miss your counsel. Even in such dark moments, you could always lift my spirits. Greetings. That's the last of the seeds. Now we fight on our own. I am so relieved. Speak with me, Valiant, and let me help you with
Ready for bed? Bro, I woke up after 4 hours of sleep at 7 o'clock to October. Went to sleep at like 3:30. I woke up at 7. I'm fucking dead.
Greetings.
Ooh, we gotta focus. Could do an offhand dagger as well. I think we're gonna do the focus. Alright. Let's put on the ring. Let's put on the focus. Put on the shoulders. I'm gonna solve this stuff really quick. Gee, you only do. Yeah, I'm really bad with like names and stuff. I have to like hear it. Alright.
You! Yes, you! You can help! Please!
Looks like I'm gonna go all the way up to there. We can tell we're here. Use the market merchant here. Then do the quest.
Tree song go with you.
I like living close to fresh water.
And around here, you get the sea, too.
Yes, fantastic. I dreamed of much, but not this.
Oh, I can't wear that. Okay. Like, what the? Alright. And we can do this. And we need 9 for that one. Alright, so we're almost done with those ones. We just gotta get to the actual specialists. Start putting a build together. No? I don't understand. What's the point of having a permanent hour ahead? I don't understand what that's gonna do for us. Like, it makes sense, like, switching it back and forth, because, you know, in certain parts of the world, it gets light earlier and dark earlier, depending on, you know, which part of the equator you live on, right? Yeah, but what I mean is, like, where I live, like, kind of like where you live, right? In the winter, it gets dark at like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, right? In the winter. But in the summer, it's like right now, it's light outside till almost 10 o'clock at night, right? So like the daylight savings can make sense because moving your time to where, you know, you're inside less, or you're going to bed earlier, not using as much electricity and stuff like that, right? It makes sense. I don't know. I don't know how much it truly helps, but it does have some logic to it. But just staying permanently one time just doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, changing it from having daylight savings to not having daylight savings doesn't make sense. But I do agree that daylight savings itself is just kind of like, why? Right? Like, I can understand, like, it's like, huh? Why do we need to even do this? Like, to begin with? Because I'm not gonna lie, like, from an IT perspective, daylight savings is the pain in the ass. Because when you're setting up automations of jobs and backups and things like that, yes, a lot of the programs have daylight savings kind of built into it, but it can throw things off, right? So let's say you have your backup set to run at 2 o'clock in the morning, but then daylight savings happens, right? And 2 o'clock comes around, your backup runs, and then the clocks go back an hour. Now it's 1 o'clock again, and then when it gets to 2 o'clock, it runs again, right? Not, it doesn't always do that. Some programs are smart enough to know not to do that. But then there's other programs that it says, hey, I missed my backup, right? Because the time changed. It's like, hey, I was supposed to run and I didn't run like I was supposed to. And it's like, oh, well, is that, is it broken? Is it not broken? Like, it's these false positives that pop up. And there's other jobs that do the same thing. There's other automations and stuff that happen the same exact way. And it just can cause a real annoyance. And that's what I'm saying, Dover. It's like those time periods, you have to plan around those when creating automated jobs, right? If you make a job that runs at, let's say, 1:30 in the morning, if you have a daylight savings that goes from 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. and it skips 1:30, your job doesn't run, right? Or vice versa. If it's at like 12:30 and it gets to 1 and it resets back to 12 and it gets to 12:30 a second time, your job's going to run twice. And it's going to cause errors because it's already ran. Does that make sense?
Chance.
Yeah, it's always a problem. And I do remember hearing that, mate, where it was for farmers back in the day, for like having more time to work in the fields or something like that along those lines. And it makes sense. Don't get me wrong. It makes sense. But like you also said, we're not living in those times anymore, right? So it doesn't make sense to continue the practice when that's not so much of an issue as it used to be back in the day, right? So I understand getting rid of it to be in line with everybody else in the world. Just seems weird.
Search the camp and do not be afraid. I will be as close as your shadow.
Right? Because like, isn't Arizona the only place that in America that doesn't practice daylight savings? I'm pretty sure they're the only state that doesn't practice daylight savings. And the problem is, depending on if they go forward or back an hour, Hawaii as well, interesting, that you could, Arizona could end up with the same time zone as California or as whoever's on the east side of them, right? They could be considered West Coast or they could be considered Central. It just depends on if we go forward or if we go back.
Smell that, my hounds. Smell of fear. Relish it. Avenge me. I'll set a trap for any who dare follow us. We'll Slip out the back of the camp while they learn the area exposed.
And that's what I was saying. Is like I can understand it back in the day; it made sense, but nowadays it doesn't make sense because it's not. Like, it just doesn't help. It doesn't help or hurt. I don't think. Like I said, I'm not a farmer, so I couldn't speak to that, but.
This way.
We need to keep running.
Yeah, like I said, I don't care one way or the other. If they get rid of it, they get rid of it. If they don't, they don't. It doesn't really bother me one way or the other. Just seems weird that that's the kind of stuff that the government is worried about. At the end of the day, it's like, is that really something that we need to be worrying about compared to other things that are going on in the world? Like, that's at the top of our priority list, right? It's like the same problem I had with New World, right? Where they had so many problems with their game and so many things that they needed to work on that their top of their priority list was nerfing spawn rates of mobs because that was more important than, you know, quests not working or bugs and glitches and duplication bugs and things like that. Like the priorities just didn't make fucking sense. And I feel like that's kind of like where the government's at. It's like, well, we got all these big problems. Well, let's deal with the stupid shit that doesn't matter.
Good luck.
Like, I don't get it.
Shore up defenses. We must protect this
Okay, guys, let's solve global warming by putting a bridge across the ocean so we don't use so much fossil fuels. Yeah, because that's gonna change. That's gonna fix the problem. Not gonna cause 1,000 other problems.
Not a good sign.
Like, oh, well, methane's a problem.
I really need my
So we're gonna charge farmers a tax for having cows. Like, what? You're gonna charge cow fart tax? Like, how does that even fucking make sense? Did you hear about that, Tover? Like, supposedly they wanted to charge farmers an extra tax for having livestock. Like, what? Because the farts from the livestock is causing global warming. What is taxing them gonna change things? You're gonna tax them more because they have livestock, which livestock then is gonna go up in price, which makes everything cost more. But then, where's that money going towards? Where's the money going? If you're taxing them more, it's going more into the government, but what's the government doing with the money? It's not going towards fixing global warming, I can promise you that. Taxing farmers for fucking cow farts isn't gonna change the cow farts. Still cow farts. Like, I don't know, man. It drives me insane because, like, if they actually had a logical explanation that made sense, I could kind of probably understand where they're coming from. But are you fucking kidding me? Cow farts? Bruh. It's crazy. Like, do they just wake up in the morning? Did they just, like, take a couple dabs of acid, drink a bottle of whiskey, swallow a couple pills, and fucking, I don't know, smoke a whole fucking ounce of fucking weed all at the same time and be like, all right, what's the greatest idea we can think of? Like, what? Could you imagine charging people an extra like 1% tax for their own farts? Could you imagine that? That would go over so well. Give me not enough points. I have 11 hero points. It costs 9. What? Oh, 31. I was like, what? Hold on to it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I'm honestly baffled by some of the shit that like these people think up. And I agree with you, Topher. Like, they just got their heads so far up their own ass. They don't know what the fuck's going on. I just don't understand, like, the thought process. Like, where do these thoughts come from? Like, who is whispering this dumbass shit in their ear and they're actually repeating it? Like, that's like you having a conversation with somebody, right? And you have one of those blonde moments. And you're like,
No, I mean,
okay, I'll tell you, I've told this joke, the story before, but like, when I was a kid, right? My mom made a comment. She says, hey, if you have any of your friends over, they can't go in the hot tub. Like, if you have any of your friends over that are girls, if they go in the hot tub, they have to be on birth control. And I looked at my mom, and with a straight, dead-ass face, I said, what about the dudes? And my mom just looked at me like, did you seriously just ask me that? And she said, just think about what you just asked me. And I was like, what do you mean? And like, she had to explain it to me. She's like, why would the dudes need to be on birth control? And I was like, okay, now I get it. You know what I mean? It's something stupid, right? I feel like if you're a politician, you wake up and you have this light bulb moment and you say it out loud and someone doesn't slap you in the face and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Like, are they truly thinking that that's like the new most like greatest invention since fucking sliced bread? Like, yeah, guys, I got a fucking fantastic idea. I know how to solve global warming. We're gonna charge all the farmers an increase in tax for their cow farts. And you know, it's funny is he says this around everybody else, and everybody looks at him and says, yo, that's a good idea. Instead of the one guy on the side of the room looking at him like, are you fucking high? Are you an idiot? Right? Like, where'd the logic go? Like I said, I understand some of us have brain farts sometimes. I understand some of us don't fully comprehend what the hell just flew out of the fucking mouth. But like, these politicians say stuff sometimes, and I'm just like, huh? What the hell did that person just say? They think that's a good idea? Like, what? That's kind of like what I think Mate brought it up. That supposedly you can't like investigate fraud anymore in like California or something. And I sit here, I'm like, huh? So now you can freely commit fraud. Like, what? That's what I'm saying. Like, that's another one of those things, Topher. It's like, how does, like, where is the logic here? Explain to me the thought process of why you think this is a good idea. If you honestly, like, that's what I think should happen. I feel like if you come up with a fucking brain dead idea like this and you propose it, you need to subsequently provide some sort of logical explanation to why you're proposing it. Because I promise you, if you sit down to try and explain the logic, you're gonna realize, oh shit, this is a dumbass idea. And that's what I'm saying, Dover. Is it just? I wonder if it's just citizens, because like you remember when the like learning centers and stuff like that, like the learning center fraud was going on, and all the YouTubers were like trying, like doing investigations, and they were, you know, showing up and things like that, and then like the minifigs and frogs or whatever that place is called, like the YouTuber that was like doing the investigate, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the luring center. Yeah. Like, I wonder if that's what the bill is pointing towards, is if you're not a law enforcement, you can't investigate it. But here's the real catch to that is most of the fraud, there's so much fraud in the world, law enforcement can't handle it all. Now, I'm not saying that civilians should be doing it. Not saying social media people should be doing it. What I'm saying is cops can't handle it all. And not saying it's the right thing to do as a civilian to investigate it yourself, but I do think that gathering information that's public knowledge or public record, or requesting information through the proper channels, as long as you're doing it through the proper way, I don't see there being a problem with doing it. But here's the dilemma, is a civilian trying to do the right thing the right way through the proper channels ends up involving cops anyway, because ain't nobody in the goddamn right mind is going to give a random ass civilian a fucking search warrant, right? Ain't no goddamn person in the right mind served with a search warrant from a non-officer person is going to comply with it. On top of that. So at some point, the cops still have to get involved to gather any type of information. So what's the fucking point of civilians even being involved in it to begin with, right? Yeah, gather the information you can, bring it to the cops, so the cops can take it from there, bring it to the point where you can get to. But I think that's what the bill, if I had to look at it, if I had to guess without looking at it, that would be more along the lines of what they're probably trying to prevent social media fucking influencers from investigating things and blowing things way out of proportion, or causing even more drama and issues than needs to be caused. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? But it is what it is. Yeah. And it's funny, like the minifigs thing. It's so funny watching the body cam footage in those videos. Now, like I said, I don't know how true any of it is. Like, it could be edited, it could be fake, it could be AI, could be over exaggerated, could be clickbaited, it could be cherry picked. Who fucking knows exactly? But even if taking it at face value, that if it was true, like some of that shit that they say on those body cams, I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? And you're an officer of the law. I'm supposed to follow the laws and the rules and regulations imposed by the government that you're enforcing, and you're not following them either? Like, I just find that really hard. It's like watching a cop run a red light, or speeding, or not using their turn signal, and then them pulling you over for doing what they're not doing. Like, for doing the same thing, right? Like, oh, you didn't use your turn signal. Well, neither did you. Well, I don't need to. Or why don't you need to, right? Like, that's the logic here that I get lost in, right? Like, they feel like they're above the law in a way, right? And that's can't be further from the truth. Like, there was a video I watched, it was a little short, and there was a cop. It was a body cam footage of a cop, and he's chilling in his car, right, hanging out, and another cop flies by him, like hella speeding. Like, I'm talking, it's a 35-mile-an-hour zone. He's doing 85, 90 miles an hour. He's fucking flying. No lights, no sirens, just fucking flying. This other cop sees it. He fucking guns it after the dude. And he's like, bro, I'm doing 95 miles an hour trying to catch up to him. And he finally catches up to the dude. Lights blaring, blasting, sirens, everything. The guy's not stopping. He finally pulls over. And this cop that was chasing him pulls in front of him to block his car. And he's yelling at him. He's like, are you ever going to fucking stop your car? And the guy opens his window, or like rolls his window down. And he's like, what do you want? I'm late for work. He's like, I'm trying to go to work. And the cop's like, but you're fucking speeding. He's like, yeah, because I'm late for work. It's like he thought he was entitled to do whatever he fucking wanted because he's a cop. And this cop's like, nah, bro, that's not how this works. And that's like what you were saying. It's like, cops think they can do whatever the fuck they want. Like, there's dirty cops. I wouldn't say dirty, but there's cops that think that it doesn't apply to them. They can do what they want to do. As long as everybody else follows the law, they can get away with it because they're the good guys. They're the enforcers. Are you fucking kidding me? That's so good, Toby. Bro, there's some funny fucking cop things that I've seen, like cop videos. Like one, there was a guy that, so the cliff notes of it, this guy and his wife were out at a pool and these kids were supposedly being racist to his wife. And there was a big drama about it or whatever. And the gist of it was the guy basically confronted the kids, so on and so forth. And by the end of it, the kids were detained by this husband at gunpoint. And the guy was on the phone with the cops saying that he needed cops because he had detained 2 kids, blah, blah, blah. And he was holding them at gunpoint. He told them this. So the cops get there, they sort things out or whatever. And come to find out, these teenagers, not even adults, they were like 14, 15 years old. This guy was holding his gun out and keeping them there against their will with a gun because they were rude to his wife, basically. They weren't even racist. They were just rude. And the guy tries telling, he's like, yeah, I'm a cop, blah, 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 all this other nonsensical shit. And then come to find out, he's not a cop. His brother-in-law was a cop. And all this, bro. Like, what? Like, he thinks he can do whatever he wants because his brother-in-law's a cop?
You don't scare me.
But I was watching this one video, I think it was the other night, and this guy gets into a confrontation with somebody, shoots them with his gun, gets in his car, flees from the cops for hours, finally gets caught, is resisting arrest, kicking and screaming, cussing out the fucking officers, threatening to fight them, talking shit, blah, 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 the whole 9 yards. Guy gets 6 months probation, no jail time.
Why do you have to be so dramatic?
What?
There are easier ways to get them to cooperate.
You do it your way, I'll do it mine.
What? And what's funny, Tover, is that guy that pretended to be a cop, that had his gun out against minors, detaining them, blah, blah, blah. No jail time. No jail time.
You know the Dengato tribe, right? They stole our Zalisco extract, and we want it back.
You're the ones that got robbed.
Not getting involved. Why not, Ed? You know it's true, bro. The fucking shit's stupid, man. You sell a dime bag of weed, you spend 10 years of your life in fucking prison, you fucking shoot a man to death, and you fucking get a fucking applause. You get kudos. Did you do any testing of your character today, Edge?
Good meeting.
Pine juice. Get your pine juice here. Good for drinking.
Yeah, I figured you had to go to the thing. I just wasn't sure if you
Excuse me.
got any type of like
Seen any Dengato
nap in, or you know, if you came home and took a nap or whatever.
How interesting.
Go somewhere else.
You sound to be loyal to your crew.
Is everything all right?
Fine, I'm fine. Just move along. Pine juice for sale.
When I find out which of my rivals passed this rest spell on you, I swear I'll have this diploma revoked.
Things, weapons, and wounds.
A hearty hello.
Good meeting.
All right, let's see that solvent of yours.
These ones are always funny.
You know they're here. Come on, come on.
My badge, my badge. Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, my badge.
You seem a little guarded.
Well, since our internal investigation seems to have cleared you of all assault charges, it seems that open season has been declared on our agents. I just stopped by to let you know that we will call ahead from now on.
I can't say I look forward to your visits, but at least I'll be able to better anticipate them in the future.
Yes, very well. My badge.
What on earth was that about? Wait, let me tell this story. Boss beat the shit out of a DNR agent. I did not. Dislocated his jaw, fractured his zygomatic arch, and gave him a huge black eye. I slapped him one time. All right, so what happened? Boss fell asleep in a chair fishing on his own pond with a rod in his hand, and a DNR agent decided to come up and wake him up by shaking his shoulder with his face about 6 inches away. Boss woke up like any veteran would. I take it you woke up as a full-blooded slap-a-hole. Hey, boss, this is a new one. Someone actually...
I love it. That's good. 6 p.m. and bro, how long were you out? That's a long ass event. Does he? He's a funny dude. Not 199. You're almost there. Took a nap in my car after work. Really? That's crazy. I don't understand. It wants me to gather information for this person, but I don't know how to do it.
You, twig face, get away from there.
Oh, did I do it?
Flies are combustible. These Silvari are troublemakers.
Edge, I don't understand how I'm supposed to stay alive with this character. I don't understand. I'm not grasping this character all that well. Obviously, I don't have any points in, and I haven't, like, started putting a build together or anything, but I just don't... I'm not understanding it. Not understanding the survivability of the build. Yeah, Necro.
Did you set fire to that old merchant's goods?
He was a crook. Anyway, it got him to talk.
Oh yeah, 2 hours both ways. Yeah, that sucks. That's still a 5-hour event? That's crazy.
I did, and it worked like a charm.
Except for the bruising you took from the golem.
You've the brains of a wilted fern, Arlen.
Dig doesn't play this, Topher. Edge does. Well, Edge plays this character occasionally. I don't have Vamp Sigil. I have improved power, movement speed, reduced incoming condition damage, and then generate life force. Oh. Start with this. Feast on your conditions, gathering HP. I mean, I use that occasionally, don't get me wrong. But, it's just, I don't... I don't know. I'm entering my death shroud and I'm doing buttons and stuff, and that helps. But once I'm out of life force, I'm just very squishy, and it's very scary. Oh, there it is. Steal health from nearby foes. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. So now I have like straight up lifesteal. I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. I'll be in Death Shroud form and I'll be low on life because I just have no way to get HP back. This feels very squishy, and it feels like I never have HP. Yeah, I mean, there's like minions I can summon and stuff, and there's wells I can summon as well. I don't. That's why I was asking. Is like I don't really understand the character, like how it's so good. Like people just keep saying, "Oh, it's so strong, it's so powerful, it's so tanky, it can't die, you can solo anything," and I'm sitting here, I'm like, bro, I can't even kill a veteran without like being scared. I know I'm not spec yet. I know that's like a big difference. Like I don't have an actual build started. I haven't put any like points in or X, Y, Z. It's just I don't like. That's why I wanted to ask. Cause like what or when or how does this actually start like feeling good? Like what am I missing other than obviously build levels, talents, gear. All that builds into it as well. I don't. I feel like I'm missing something, right? Like I'm not doing something correctly. Something. So I wanted to ask if you could help, you know what I mean? Like explain to me like what I'm missing. Like what I'm not doing correctly or something. It just feels bad right now. I'm only level like 20. Like 22, right? So I'm pretty low level. Obviously, yeah, I need a bunch of hero points. I need to start getting to my specialization so I can actually start putting a build together and points and stuff. Then obviously I need some gear to fill in some slots because like I don't even have a whole lot of gear. Like, you know what I mean? Like I have a couple pieces of gear, but not a whole lot. That reminds me. Maybe we can put that on. We need to put these away. Definitely don't really want to use a staff. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna try the Signet for the lifesteal. That might help quite a bit.
I am dead
It absolutely fucking shit on. I had 1 HP! That's bullshit. I bled myself to death with my own bleed. I used my bleed ability to try and get some HP back, and I ended up bleeding myself to death.
I am dead.
But you see how like I'm in this form and I'm not generating any life force back? That's kind of like what I'm curious on. Like, why don't I generate HP when I'm in my shadow form? Like, I get low on HP, I'm in my shadow form, and I just don't come back to life.
You'll never catch me, you roof-bound twig.
Over there. Get
It's
that
56 out? What? Really? Ain't no way it's 56 outside. Oh, okay. I was just curious if there was an ability that would do it. Like I said, I don't know enough about this character to really understand.
Into an adventurous mood.
I'm just trying to learn it. But I'm asking a bunch of questions. Trying to push through the damn game at this point. It's not that burnt wood smell either. Yeah. Well, you didn't like the firewood smell?
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Bro, it smelled like we were having campfires. Bro, when is Canada not on fire? Figuratively or physically?
I see only one twin. Where is the other?
Yeah, Edge, if you want to send me one, I'd be down. I know Camp sent me one yesterday, and I kind of glanced at it, get kind of an idea. Not quite sure if I grasped what I was looking at, but... Yeah, I got you, mate. Appreciate it. Thanks for that. Alright. Where's our next quest? Oh, shoot. Alright, so we gotta get up here. How do we get up there? Oh, man. My night's ours, let's go! Time to discover the city. Gotta touch all the things. Is it the bank? That's a trade pass. I need to hit the bank really fast while we're here. Gazing it. We've already done this thing the right way multiple times. Right, isn't the bank over here? I want to switch up some stuff. Alright,
I am that. Not now.
we'll use an 18 slot bag for now. Goes away. I don't think I really need to keep these ether things, so we'll take those out. I can't put those away? That's okay, never mind. We'll leave these. I'm gonna take out the 18 slot bag for now. That should help us. Alright, back to what we're doing. Welcome, Pyramid. WoW Classic, bro, don't call yourself a loser. WoW Classic's the shit. Now, I like WoW Classic, don't get me wrong, but I like the original WoW Classic, you know, from 2004, not the re-release of WoW Classic, right? I like the original WoW, like when it first came out, before we knew anything, right? Before the wikis got fully enveloped and people made freaking add-ons to tell you what quests to do in what order, and we had Questy and Quest Helper, and like before all that stuff was a thing, like that's the true WoW that we love, right? But I would say for this game, if I'm being honest, Pyramid, 99.999% of all the stuff in the game you don't need to keep. Now, hear me out on this. You have what's called a material storage bank, and that holds a lot of materials, right? So if you go in here at the very top, you have the deposit all materials. So like these, see that's like jute scraps. If you right click it, you can do deposit material, or you can just click this button. But once your material bank is full, you can expand it and make it bigger. Once it's full, you sell it to other players or sell it to NPCs. It truly doesn't really matter. You just need it for crafting. Right, it's just for professions, and if you're not going to do professions, who the fuck cares, right? Now, if you want to do professions, sure, go right ahead, hold on to it, do what you want to do. Maybe just get into professions right then and there, so you're not wasting the mats or whatever. I mean, that Bob's your uncle, right? That fixes that solution for you. When it comes to gear, I would say it's a little bit more daunting because, like in WoW, it's very straightforward. You know, you're a warrior. You put on heavy gear. It has strength. Okay, you're good, right? Like, it's very straightforward and simplistic. This game, it's a little bit more complicated because every character can be a tank. Not every character, but you know, characters have different builds which require different stats. So depending on what build you're going, you'll need different stats for different builds. So that's where it does get a little bit more complicated at the end of the day. But if you're getting into it and you're brand new, right, your best bet is just kind of Google a build and just do what it tells you. Right? It's the same thing I would tell anybody getting into like Path of Exiles, right? If you're getting into Path of Exiles for the first time, I would recommend the exact same thing. Google a build and then follow it. Right? It's the same exact mentality. Because there's so much information that you'd have to learn and understand that it's not feasible as a brand new player to know what they're doing from start to finish, from comparatively to like veterans that have spent years and years and years of testing and trying things and editing and modifying and, you know, making things work, right? Figuring out what works and what doesn't work. So what I would suggest, or what I would say, is you're in an ad and I'm gonna wait, keep talking unless you tell me otherwise that you can hear me. Oh, you can still hear me? Okay. What I would say is, if you're interested in playing the game, if you like exploration, you like horizontal progression, and you like that kind of stuff, don't let the items or the overflowing of materials showing up in your bags and stuff like that, don't let that overwhelm you. Think about it in terms of, I don't need any of it, right? Because what it boils down to is, yes, better gear means stronger character, but unless you're doing very hard content, your gear matters to a point, but it just really depends on what you're doing, right? If the majority of stuff you're doing is just exploration and achievements and jump puzzles and things like that, does your gear truly matter? Does your build being min-maxed and doing, you know, being really strong and tanky or really high damage output, does it really matter? Unless you're doing PvP or raids or anything like that, I feel like the answer is no. Now, when you get into that, that's when your build makes more sense and your gear needs to be more on par. But if you're going into that, you're researching it anyway. You're Googling it, you're trying to figure out what stats you need, what kind of gear you need, and you're working towards your gear at that point, and it makes sense, you know what you're looking for, right? But like I said, it truly depends on what you're looking to get out of it, what you're looking to do, and what you want to experience, and so on and so forth. But I will admit, it is a little overwhelming. It's a little daunting because, like, I have to Google everything. Like, I'm starting a new character. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. I'm asking lots of questions to other people that are playing it. I'm Googling a bunch. And eventually I'll figure it out. And I'll know if I like it or don't. But it's going to take me a while. It's going to take me a little bit of, like, digging, a little bit of editing, a little bit of trial and error and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's just kind of just follow the arrows and just kind of do your thing, and you either like it or you dislike it, right? Like I said, a lot of it is just go around from map to map, exploring the maps, you know, completing all the zones, like going in here. See how I'm like running around and I'm finding all the waypoints, I'm finding all the vistas, which are these little like markers here, finding all the points of interest. I'm discovering the map, and you can see it's like 50% completed so far, and I've done none of that yet on this character. But I did this zone. I did 1% of this map. I did 100% of this map. I did 100% of this map. So you got map completions that you can work towards that are pretty fun. That doesn't involve gear. But while you're running around doing this, you can do events on the map with other people. And since the zones scale you to the level of the zone, it doesn't matter what level you are when you go into it. You're going to be the same level as all the mobs and the stuff in the zone regardless. So that's the one cool thing about this game, is it's not based on horizontal progression. It's based off of, I mean, it's not based off of vertical progression at all. So if you spend a little bit of time and you gear your character up like today and you come back 10 years from now, your gear is still viable. Right? It's still the same gear as it was 15 years ago. Like if you have the build, your character's already set. Now, yes, they nerf things and buff things, you know, periodically from here to here. So your build might be not as important as it used to be or whatever, but you don't have to, every expansion doesn't mean you have to get new gear. It doesn't mean you have to farm the new greatest higher grade materials and blah blah blah. Like you just keep progressing. You just keep doing horizontal stuff, you keep doing achievements, you know what I mean? You keep playing other new characters and completing storylines on them and so on and so forth. Just it's about just exploring, it's about completing horizontal like progression and just having a good time with it and having fun. It's really all it really boils down to. And if that's not something you're interested in, then it's not something you're interested in. Alright? I know that didn't really help. But I mean, for me, personally, it's just not so much like, it's not that I'm not overwhelmed. It's just I don't let it get to me. I just scrap everything. And if I get into a point where I'm like, oh shit, I could have used that, you can always get another item, right? Like with my other characters, for example, I got them to level 80 and I gathered a bunch of karma points from doing events. So I used my karma points at a vendor to buy my character starter gear, right? Or if you don't want to do that, or you can't do that because you don't have enough points, you could easily borrow some money, right, from doing events and stuff, and you can just buy it from other players from the trading post, right? You can literally just buy starter gear from other players. Or you could just, you know, craft some gear. Run around, grab some materials, and you can craft your own gear to get you started. And then you can get into doing dungeons, which are called fractals, and you can start farming the ascended gear, which is kind of bis gear, in fractals as with like group content if you want to get into that with the starter gear, and it's totally viable, right? Like there's lots of ways to get around it, man. There's so many ways to just do what you want to do, and it's not like you scrap something and you're cucked, right? It's not like you kind of cucked yourself because you scrapped something. That's not a thing. Because at the end of the day, you're gonna get so many of the same items over and over and over and over and over again that you're gonna need to like scrap stuff. Right? You're gonna need to sell stuff. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. If I'm being completely honest, like don't fret so hard on that kind of stuff. Just chill, you know, have a good time. Can you say everything you said again? Ah! I know you're kidding, but that's funny. I mean, people do that to me all the time. They're like, okay, that guy just talked for 45 minutes straight. I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear anything. My internet went out. What'd you say? I would say there is and there isn't. So if I'm being completely honest, Pyramid, what I would suggest is every character has an easy variant build. So I would, if it was me and I was starting fresh, I would just look at every character, like go to Google and just type in each character and just look at some like playthroughs, like, you know, some people playing them to see what it looks like, to see if you're interested in it. Does that make sense? Find what interests you. I mean, we can talk about it as well. I don't really mind like chatting about it and trying to like push you towards the correct character for you. That's what we like to do here. But I don't like giving the cookie cutter answer. Like if you say, hey, what should I play? I'm not gonna be like, go play an Elementalist. It's insane. It's so good. You would love it. And then you play it and you hate it. Right? That's not the kind of guy I am. So the question is, are you into tanking? Are you into supporting and healing? Are you into ranged? Are you into magic? Are you into melee brawling? Are you into assassinations? Like, kind of give me something that you enjoy so we can kind of point you in the direction that kind of suits you, right? It's like, take me for example. I played a Resto Shaman for many years. I played a Prot Warrior. I played an Arms Warrior. I played a Death Knight tank. I played a Paladin tank. I played a Hunter and hated it. I played a Rogue and hated it. So if you can kind of take from that, you can tell I like healing only in WoW on a Shaman only, and I love to tank. So I like to be kind of like a brawly, up in the mix, kind of self-sustaining kind of person, right? It's like hard to die. I might not do a lot of damage, but I'm just up in that, you know what I mean? That's just my playstyle. So for me, when it comes to my characters, I want something that has life leech, some sort of sustain, some sort of like tank ability. Don't really care if he's like doing the top tier highest damage or anything like that. I just want I want to survive. I want to be all up in the thick of things. I want to be able to like stay alive by myself, not rely upon like other people healing me and stuff like that. That's kind of like the stuff I look forward to. But if you're more of like a hunter, I don't know what character does it. But there is a character that is like a hunter. He tames like animals and they fight for him. The Necro I'm playing right now is more of like a minion summoner, like a warlock, but he can also be played multiple other ways. Like that's the thing about every character. They have so not to overwhelm you like it's Path of Exiles, but the way that the game works is you have specializations and then you have elite specializations. So your elite specialization is what you're shooting for. You get one of these. So you either play like a Reaper, right? And if you read this, a Reaper is a Harbinger of Death, cleaving multiple, blah, 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 blah. It uses like melee skills with scythe skills and stuff like that, cutting people down. And you can kind of read through some of the skills and abilities that are here. And then you got the Scourge guy, and then you got the Harbinger, and then you got the Ritualist if you have the expansions and stuff like that. So this is like the identity of the build. And then these are, you get two of these. So you get one of these and two of these to make a build. So these complement whatever your elite specialization is. So if you're going Reaper, you might go Death Magic and Blood Magic, right? For specific reasons. But if you wanted to play ranged instead and you wanted to be a pistolier, maybe you play something else like a Harbinger or something, and you might go like Spirit and Curses or something. So it's like, that's why I say you got to look at builds, all right? And each build will have different stat variations and will have different, specializations and elite specializations that they'll use and so on and so forth. They'll have different weapon combinations because every weapon has its own thing. So swords have these three abilities. Axes have these three abilities, so depending on what weapon is in your hand, you'll have different abilities, right? So it does get very complicated, but that's why I said look up a build, follow it, and kind of figure out what kind of playstyle you're looking for and find a character that suits your playstyle. Because most characters have a ranged class, most characters have a tank set up, most characters have some sort of support role that they can do. So it's just finding the one that suits the aesthetics that you're looking for. Because at the end of the day, if you don't enjoy what you're looking at and what you're doing, you're not going to stick with the game. So the more important thing is not what's good, not what's easy, but what interests you. What's more enjoyable for you. Is like, at the end of the day, if you play what's easy and you don't enjoy it, you're not going to stick with the game. But if you play with something that like truly sings to the way you like to play the game, even if it's more difficult, you're going to get used to it, like how to play it. while you're playing it. You're gonna get used to it, and it being more difficult isn't gonna matter. Does that make sense? The skill level and the difficulty level of the character doesn't mean a whole lot when you're learning it from bottom up anyway. Now it does obviously play some sort of role as a beginner playing a hard character versus an easy character. Yeah, I get it. It's a lot easier to play an easier character when you're first learning a game than it is to play a harder character. But there's 9 different characters, and each character has like 9 different ways to play it. Exactly, Pierre. That's the same things. Like, because when it came to WoW, I had the same conversations with people. It's like, hey, what should I play? I was like, I don't know. What do you like to do? You know what I mean? Like, I don't like cookie cutter answers. I like to give all the information and let that person make their own decision, because you're more likely to enjoy what you're doing and stick with it if you make the decision yourself based off of sound logical information, right? Because you're gonna make the correct decision for yourself instead of someone making one for you. And like, yeah, like I used to teach people how to play WoW, right? I used to be one of the, like, I never raided, but I was the guy that taught the raiders how to raid, right? I would teach them their DPS rotations. I would help with tank builds. I would help with healing builds. I would see what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, based off of, you know, the logs from the fights, and, you know, see who's messing up, who's not messing up, who died to fire, who died to mechanics, and I would just like, I would help guide the raids outside the raid. So I got people onto the right characters, I got people onto the right builds, I got them onto the good rotations, right? Like I put all that time and effort into it back in the day, and I just got really bored of playing it. But like, that's kind of like how I like to run the stream. Is we like to overly verbally spew knowledge everywhere we possibly can. And some of it might be wrong, some of it might be right. You know, who fuck knows at this point. But you know, we do our best to help people in every way possible and give as much information as possible. And I like to overly share because you don't know what you don't know. So if I start answering your question, but I start trailing off topic, it's intentional to give you more information than you didn't even know you needed. Because, you know, if you don't know something exists, you don't know to ask the question. Right? So, back to the original question. Sorry for the long-winded wind-up. Is, what exactly are you looking for from a character? Right? Like, if you were to get into this game, what are you looking for? Are you looking for like a hunter playstyle, like a BM hunter? Are you looking maybe for more of like a survivalist kind of hunter where it's like dot damage? Or are you looking for like a marksman type where it's just like pure hard physical damage? Are you looking for more of a like a stealthy assassin kind of thing, like a rogue? Are we looking for like prot warrior, arms warrior? Are we looking for more tanky style, like a paladin? You know, we're looking for more magic-y. There's not a whole lot of magic options in the game. I mean, there is, but there isn't, and kind of complicated. I mean, I'm not the best when it comes to every character in the game, but what I will say, let me go to character selection really quick. What I will say is, they, in my opinion, they do a pretty good job in here explaining to you the complexities of the characters. Right? This is a 1-star. This is a 1-star. This is a 2-star, and I will agree this character is a little bit more difficult than a warrior. I've played a guardian, I've played a warrior, I've played a revenant, and now I'm on a necro, and a necro is a 1-star. I will say the revenant isn't particularly hard. It's harder to understand the mechanics behind the function of the character than it is to play the character, but the character does revolve around stance swapping before you run out of resources, so it is a little bit more complicated than playing some of these other characters, right? And I'm not a PvPer in any way, shape, or form as well, Pyramid, at all. Fucking hate it. And I don't like min-maxing either. I will partially min-max, like the minimalist, the minimal of the min-maxers, right? Solo unless I can get a couple buddies into it. Always played priest, hunter, druid, and magic classes and other MMOs. Okay, so when you say druid, are you talking balanced druid? Like were you a boomkin? And I'm assuming priest was like healing slash disc, maybe even shadow. Hunter, DPS, obviously. Um, Now the hunter, is it more like survival oriented where you're like applying dots and stuff like that, or is it more just marksman or BM? Like I'm trying to find like the happy medium for you, right? Because like a guardian's more or less, in my opinion, what a paladin would be, right? He has a ret form, he has a prot form. I don't really think he has a healing form, if I'm mistaken. Um, but a warrior is just a warrior. He's got prot, he's got damage. He is what it is. He's really cool. Revenant, I don't know. I think a Revenant can tank technically. I think he can tank. But he's kind of like this the same as these ones. He's like tank slash DPS. They're all melee. They're all brawlers. They all have some form of healing and AOE, and just they have a two-handed sword or a dual wield or one-hander and a shield or something, and they just hack and slash to death. That's all three of these characters do. But this game is a little different because of the engineer and the mesmer. The engineer and the mesmer are kind of unique to Guild Wars, and they're pretty cool and they're pretty different in their own rights. I will say a lot of people that get into Guild Wars love these two classes because no other game truly has them, right? But the thief, it would be considered like the stealthy kind of evasion rogue style where you're teleporting around, you're stealing like abilities and items from characters or from mobs to use it against them. They obviously have like a gun version, they have dagger versions, sword versions. Like I said, they all have different abilities based off of what weapons you're allowed to use and stuff like that. Necro is, like I said, that's what I'm playing. You have a melee form, you have a ranged form. Um, I would say probably not a healing form, if I'm not mistaken. But the Elementalist, I don't know a whole lot about this, but it is probably one of the most complicated classes in the game. There's a lot of different abilities and spell casts and stuff. He does do a lot of damage, but it's probably not the best character to start with unless you're interested in playing like a hodgepodge of every magical class put together into one. Like this is like one magic class to rule them all. he can be really cool, but he's kind of crazy. Like, but I would say, like I said, best thing you could do, go to YouTube, kind of Google like elemental builds, and just like kind of look at a couple plays, like a couple of videos of someone playing an elementalist, and different different builds are going to be slightly different, but you can kind of get an idea, right? Where they're hitting a bunch of different abilities, casting a bunch of different skills and abilities. Yeah, like I said, it's very piano. There's a lot of buttons involved in him. That's why he's considered complicated. Ranger, I would consider more along the lines of a hunter, right? You got pet companions and stuff like that, favors range, so on and so forth. Obviously, it kind of makes sense. But the engineer is like, he's a complicated character, yes, but he's like a jack of all trades. He does melee, he does range, he has gadgets, he has turrets, he has tools, he has healing. Like, not the best healing, but he has all these. He even says engineers are jacks of all trades, and with enough time, master of many. It's such a weird character. They do so many cool things. They can rock spears, they can rock guns, they can rock all sorts of crazy stuff. And like I said, they have like turrets and just all sorts of crazy gadgets and stuff. They have bombs, they have stealth bombs, damage bombs, all sorts of kind of crazy kind of bombs and stuff. And like they're just like I said, they're a very unique class to Guild Wars, and a lot of people love the engineer. I can't tell you how many other MMOs I've played where people were like, "Hey, I played Guild Wars for a while. I really like the engineer. Is there a class like the engineer in this?" And I can never say yes. In any other game that I've ever played, I don't think there's another game that has anything that's even remotely close to an engineer. Same thing with the Mesmer. The Mesmer is like interesting. He's an illusionist. He's like a melee illusionist. his goal is to like summon like clones of himself, and then when the clones are up attacking, doing spells and abilities, he can consume them to do special things. Like you can consume them to shatter them to do extra damage. You can consume them to do a different type of ability to break like crowd controls or to apply some sort of buffs or benefits. Like there's a whole slew of different things you can do with your clones, and depending on how many clones you have out, up to 3 max, um it depends on the potency of whatever the thing that you consume them for, but they can also be used just to do damage. They have teleports that they can teleport teammates from one location to another. It's just really interesting. But he is a little bit more complicated. You get to start with 5. And I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't take very long to level a character. So if you level a character and you hate it, just delete it and make another one if you're full. But if you're more of like if I'm reading between the lines here, is like priest, druid, magic classes, hunters. I would probably, the few that I would try, right? A few that I would try an engineer. I would try a hunter. I would try a necro, and a thief. I would try these 4, and at worst case, try an elementalist at the end, because like I said, he is the most complicated. He is kind of like a piano, but if you get used to the piano, if you get used to the playstyle, you might really like him, because he is like a master of all elements. I'm gonna pre-warn you, don't be a goddamn cat. Like, okay, so hear me out on this. There's an achievement where you need to make one of every class, right? So you need 1 char, 1 human, 1 nord, 1 little tiny dude, and 1 little plant dude. And the reason for this is because you need a character that can buy the racial gear from each starting zone from each class. You have to be on the class to buy the racial gear to do a specific achievement. So eventually you're gonna want one of all of them, because you do have 5 character slots and you can make 5 characters. But every time I've ever been on my char, on my fucking big ass cat, he gets stuck on everything. Like I've gotten stuck on doorways, I've gotten stuck on fucking everything. And I think his hitbox is actually bigger. I've been told the hitboxes are the same, but I think that's bullshit. But anyway, yeah, I have currently 4 characters. I just deleted my Necro that was level 11 the other day, and I remade it as this because he was a char. And I changed it to a Necro, or to a plant lady instead. But this is my Guardian. I'm not a huge fan of my Guardian. I rock a 2-handed sword on him. The playstyle was just kind of boring. I didn't really enjoy it. I really liked my Warrior. He was really fun. And like I said, I just stopped playing the Revenant because you can't change the UI all that much. So having to watch my my resource gauge and my stances and make sure that I don't run out of resource before stance swapping was really tedious, because I had to look at the bottom of the screen, and it takes my eyes off of the middle of the screen to be able to pay attention to the fight. So I kind of just got really annoyed at playing him. So I decided to play another character, and that's why I'm playing Necro now. But it doesn't take long to level. Like I started this character yesterday. I'm already level 20. Max level is 80. And you kind of just do the quest line and follow along the adventures guide, and you level very fast. Yeah, I mean, I made the plant lady as short and as skinny as absolute possible, and the little bitches, I don't know, I want to call them midgets, but you know what I mean, like I don't even know what they are. They're Ashuras or something like that. They're like half her size. They're so tiny. Yeah, Azuras or whatever. They're so damn tiny. But like I said, I would stick to the middle row in the bottom row, in the bottom right row of the characters, because the top row is all melee brawlers, right? And like I said, with the Necro has ranged abilities, right? Like if we look at this, they can run swords, they can run axes, they can run daggers, right? They have offhand swords and daggers. They have greatsword. They have pistols. So you could be a mid-range player with pistols. They have scepters, which is somewhat of range. They have staves, which is also ranged. They have offhand things that are all ranged. Then ignore the water ones. And then these are somewhat ranged because this is your like shadow form. So I feel like this might not be the best one for you because it's more along the lines of like a warlock from WoW. So this one might not be your cup of tea. But it's not too terrible. I personally think the bigger characters are more annoying to do the jump puzzles because their character models take up more of the screen. So when you're trying to do a jump, like a pixel jump, yeah, let me you're trying to do something simple, right? Trying to get over here, hold on. This isn't a great example of it, but if you're trying to do like a pixel jump, if you're trying to do like a very calculated jump, if you zoomed in or your character model, like your camera angle's in a weird spot, sometimes it's very difficult with a bigger character because you're trying to, you're taking up your camera angle, right? So you can't really see what's going on. So like if you're trying to like make this jump, right? If you're like trying to jump from like this box to like that box specifically, right? Now this isn't bad because the camera's out like this, but sometimes you're like zoomed in and your character's taking up most of your screen, or you're like this, right? And you can't really see what you're doing. And if your character's twice the size, it can be hard. I think the smaller characters are a little easier because you can see your character model a little bit easier in correlation to where they're going to land. With a bigger character model, it could be a little like unclear if you're over the target or if you're past it. You know, like judging where you're about to land when you're a bigger target can be a little harder. I will agree to that. But I mean, is there a jump puzzle I can quickly go to and show you? Yeah, I'll show you a little jump puzzle. This is one of the easier ones, and it's easy to get to. Oh, I got stuck. So one of the downsides to this game that actually drives me nuts more than anything is the terrain is very hard to navigate sometimes because there's a lot of like random hitboxes and you get stuck on stuff that you just don't think you should get stuck on. But you see how I jumped there and I hit that tree branch? If your character's taller, like I said, people have told me that the hitboxes are all the same. I find that hard to believe. Now, you see how I was like really close to that corner when I made that jump and I could barely see around what I was trying to do? If you're a bigger character, like I said, you take up more of the camera angle and you can't really see what's going on. So I like smaller characters for that reason. Now, if you are going to make a char, right? Which, like I said, eventually you're going to want to at some point. Just make them as small as possible. Because I will say, one of the favorite things about the chars is they run like a cat. When they're out of combat, they actually run on all fours, and it's great. Absolutely great. I love it. Like, if you want, I'll get on my cat and I'll show you. So that's the first jump puzzle, and it leads into the second jump puzzle here. This one's harder. All right. I gotta remember where to start this one. It's right here. Plants in the way. Keep pulling on my glider and it's so annoying. Okay, so mounts and gliders and things like that, everybody can get them, but most of the time, not most of it, but they require expansion packs. So for example, my Raptor mount that I ride around on, it comes from like Heart of the Wild or Heart of something. I don't remember exactly what it's called. The glider comes from another one of the expansions as well. So in order to get these, like even the flying mount comes from a further expansion as well. So if you want to get all of the, like the glider, the riding mount, the beetle, the water strider, like the glider and everything, you need the DLCs eventually, like the expansion packs, and they go on sale pretty often. But you can also, in theory, buy them with in-game currency. So if you get into the game and you're really liking the game, you can technically buy them with in-game currency. I'll show you in a second. Whew. Some of those jumps are really hard. Okay, see how difficult this is to see? If your character is bigger, that's where I make the argument that the bigger character sucks. Because now you got very little space to be able to see, and your character's taking up majority of it. Alright, and there's the top of that jump puzzle. And you're done. Let me know if you're in an ad. It just started, so it might take it like a couple seconds to start, but let me know if you end up in an ad. And I'm gonna show you what the cat looks like when he's running around. The best part about the char is the cat run. Like, look, he runs like a cat.
Glad that's over.
I love the cat run. Cat run is so funny. But at the end of the day, you're not normally, when you're running out of combat, you're not normally running on your hands and feet. You're normally on your mount. So it kind of like defeats the purpose. Kind of doesn't matter that you run like a cat, because you're almost always on your mount. Or on your mount. Oh, I'm assuming you're in an ad. That's why you're not saying anything. Junior, I'm gonna call you Soldier. I don't know when you sent that message. Just finished world completion tonight and made Bolt. Oh, you talking about the legendary? Legendary, I don't know the names of them off the top of my head. But congrats, Soldier. That's huge. That's crazy. I'm waiting for this ad to finish. But congrats, Soldier. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna end up getting map completion on most of my characters that I have. I think one of them is like 69%, one of them's 78%, one of them's 100%, and then I started the new character. So that one's only at like 5% right now, so I gotta work on that one. Pyramid, are you still here? Are you back from your ad yet? Oh, so yeah, this is how you run when you're out of combat as a char. I love it. I think it's really hilarious and it's cool. But the thing is, like 90% of the time, whenever you're not in combat and you're running, you're not running like that. You're on your mount because it's so much faster. What's the point of running like this when you can run like this? Right. And then the other thing I was going to show you was this. It was a mistake. What was a mistake? I'm tired as fuck. Ah, hell yeah, get some sleep, man. That's what I'm talking about. Kind of, but not really, Pyramid. We can show you some stuff. So what I was saying before is, in theory, you can upgrade. So this is the premium currency, the gems, right? But you can use gems to buy upgrades, right? So you can buy, you know, End of Dragon Expedition. Oh, so that's the wrong thing. Sorry. The End Dragon's Deluxe upgrade. You can buy some of the other expansions as well. Like you can buy, I think, most of the expansions via this. Like you can buy the Living World Season 2 pack. You can buy Season 3, Season 4. Path of Fire, right? You can buy the expansions, but 2,400, and you can get them on sale. Like there's a lot of times they put things on sale. Sometimes they go on sale, and sometimes you can buy them cheaper, you know, when they're on sale. But you can buy them for gems, and then these gems can be bought with gold or real money, right? So you spend real money in here to get gems to then use the gems on those things, or you can just buy the expansion itself. But you can exchange gold for gems and vice versa. So you farm gold in the game and you can get yourself gems, and then you can use the gems to buy the account upgrades without having to spend real money. That's the cool part. So you can technically play this free to play. Which is pretty cool. Now, I don't know about the deluxe ones, if I only see those because I've purchased the expansions. Or if that's just the nature of how they kind of show up. Right? So like if I was to like look at this, it says additional character slot, repair kit, you get an outfit, you get a VIP area and such. But it says upgrade your Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire Edition to Digital Deluxe. So I could upgrade the ones that I purchased to this. Now, that's not exactly what I was thinking it was. I think these are just because I purchased them, I can get them this way. But there used to be a way to not do an upgrade, but an actual purchase of. Like, let me Google this real quick. Oh, you can't purchase Guild War 2 expansions in game anymore. So there used to be a way like they used to have a, so back when I first started playing 5 years ago, they had a way that you could spend in-game gems to buy the first 2 expansions, basically. And someone gifted me money to just buy the expansions, and that's how I got my expansions originally. But at the same time, man, like they're only like $20, 20, $30. And like I said, since you don't need them to play the game, you buy whatever, when they go on sale, you just buy whichever one you want. So if you want to like do them in order, you know, you'd buy Heart of the Thorns and Path of Fire. They usually come in a combo pack. You buy both of those together, gives you tons of extra content to do. And that would give you the riding mount and the glider just to have both of these. And you still have, you know, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one to get eventually. But you don't need them. That's the thing. To play the game, to experience most of the game, 90% of the game, you don't need them. The only thing that these do is they open up new zones. They give a couple extra like elite specializations for certain classes, and some more like masteries and achievements, right? So these masteries are things that you get from for completing objectives in certain areas. And like, for example, I completed this mastery. So you level up your bar. Once you hit max level, once you level up, after your max level, you level up again, and you get to use that level to level up a mastery. But you need the mastery point plus the level to level something up. So this one, Pack Commander, right? You can now mentoring badge, right? And I get 5% swiftness bonus in cities. And then if I level again, and then I have 2 other mastery bonuses, I can upgrade it again to get 10% experience for all crafting. That grants experience. 10% higher chance for critical bonuses when I'm crafting experience. And then if I level it again with another 3 bars, kind of rinse and repeat, and you work your way down, right? I'm getting my ass kicked. There's an event that spawned on me, so. Alright. Anyway, so that's kind of how the mastery system works, and each expansion has their own mastery of different things. So this one is for the flying training. So you can learn your flying mount, and you, as I level this up, and I have 2 bars, I can level this one up, and then when I level it again with another 2, I can learn the fireball, and then level it again, get another 3, I can do the wall spring, whatever, you know, I can learn how to do all of these abilities for my mount. And the same thing with Path of Fire. I can learn how to upgrade my Raptor mount to higher tier abilities, and so on and so forth. Each expansion has their own thing and their own stuff to do, and then there's tons and tons and tons and tons of achievements. Ridiculous amounts of achievements. Just the story mode itself, like that is a lot of achievement, right? Like this has 12 achievements with inside of it. This has another 15. This has another 13. This one has 6. This one has another 15. And I think there's more than 15, as you can tell. But like just to get the mastery of it, it's 15 specific ones versus all these other ones that are on this list. Like there's a ridiculous amount of achievement points, a ridiculous amount of mastery points. There's just a lot you can do in this game. So much horizontal progression, so much fun to be had. And yes, it's a free-to-play game. You don't, once you buy something, you have it forever, which is the nice thing about it. Vertical progression doesn't matter. So if a new expansion comes out, you're not locked out of playing the game. You don't need a membership. You don't need any of that other stuff. You can play when you want, how you want, as often as you want. Take breaks for as many times as you want. Come back whenever you want. And you still level off where you left off, and you don't have any problems. Now, like I said, if you do want the new expansion, you buy it. You let it go on sale, you purchase it, you get to experience the new stuff. Bob's your uncle. It's not that big a deal. And I think that's a better business model than a lot of other ones, because at least that way you can still play the game even if you don't buy the newest expansion. You're not locked out of any content or anything like that. You're not no longer BIS anymore because you're behind in levels or your gear score isn't up to date because vertical progression doesn't matter. And supporting the game in some way, shape, or form is better than microtransactions, right? Because purchasing an expansion every couple years is a better way of sustaining your bills than adding pay to win to a game. So I don't think it's that much to ask to purchase a couple DLCs here and there, keep the the doors open and the game alive and whatnot else. So I mean, like I said, try it if you want to try it. Like I said, it's free to play. Download the game, play the base game for free, see if you like it, see if you don't like it, and and take it from there. Like I said, some of the stuff isn't very expensive. Like the first two achievements or first two expansions are comboed together and they're relatively cheap because they've been out for so long. It's kind of like a gimme, like $10, $15, something. And you get a ridiculous amount of extra content. But anyway, if you have any specific questions or concerns, also if you do play on NA, feel free if you need help, questions, or you need advice, you want to party up and get help doing some of your storyline, or you want to do some world bosses every once in a while, whatever, feel free to hit us up. We're always around. Problem is I do play lots of different games. So I do take breaks and I do go and play different games periodically. So if you want me to join you in Guild Wars and I'm not currently playing Guild Wars, well, obviously that's going to be a little hard, but doesn't mean we can't talk about it. Doesn't mean I can't answer questions. Doesn't mean I can't give advice or answer any questions you might have that I might have the answer to, or maybe log in to show you or fix something or help you with something. I don't mind doing that kind of stuff. That's kind of stuff I enjoy doing. So we do have a Discord, and we also do have the VODs channel. Woohoo! That's scary. I don't want to fight that. So if you check the About Me, we have the VODs channel in the About Me. And if you do exclamation mark Discord in the chat, it will give you the Discord as well if you are interested in joining that. Because that's the easiest place to reach me. You just add me in the Discord, and I can answer any questions or whatever. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that you could buy the expansions via in-game gyms like you used to be able to, because that was one thing I really liked about Lord of the Rings Online. Is Lord of the Rings Online, you could purchase everything but the most current expansion with in-game currency for free. It was super awesome, super sick. And I still love that game. And even the most current expansion eventually will be purchasable with in-game currency, which is awesome. So in theory, you could play everything that game has to offer. Maybe not at the current release of the game, of the expansions and stuff. You might have to wait a little bit to actually be able to purchase it at a later date. But you could literally spend 0 cents, not a single penny, on that game and still play every bit of content that game has to offer, which I think is absolutely crazy. Not saying you would want to do that, but you could. There's also legendaries in the game, Pyramid, that require you to do specific things to acquire specific materials to craft them. So some of them require you to actually do 100% map completion, which you can see up here, the world completion. When you complete that, you can get these specific items for completing it that are used to craft a legendary, and then you can recomplete that multiple times to be able to make more legendaries, because you can make more than one legendary item, right? You can make all the different legendary items if you really wanted to. Remember how to get into the thing.
Charging.
His arm fell off. Oh no, he fell apart. If I'm gonna be complete frank, I don't think any new MMO can actually survive on release. Now hear me out. Here's the problem. Is games nowadays, MMOs, they take a very long time to develop. Just the nature of it. Just how it works, right? I don't remember how to get in there. That one's gonna drive me insane. There's a way to get in there, and I don't remember how. But you gotta get in there to get that last discovery. So they take a very long time to develop, right? And then finally when they get developed, people want to play it. But people don't want to wait for it to be ready. They just want to play it. Right? So they complain and they're like, give me the game now. I want the game. Gimme, now. Right? So the game company's like, all right, sure, we'll give you the game. So they give them the game. And guess what? The game releases and it has problems. It has flaws, it has bugs, it has issues. People complain, people bitch. They say the game's dog shit. They say the release is horrible. They don't want to play the game. They stop playing the game. Well, now 90% of the hype is gone because people are pissed. People are, downvoting it, negative reviews. No one wants to play it now. Now your game's dead. Well, not just that, but you have that problem, which is one problem. And then you combine that with the problem of you release a game and there's usually only like a 1 to 2 months worth of content that a game gets released with. And there's nothing you can do to fix that. Because it already takes you 10 years to make the game. To actually make a game that gets released with more than 1 to 2 months worth of content would take you 20 years. Right? And no one wants to wait 20 years for a game. So they release a game when it doesn't have content. And it's just like, and here's the kicker, is they're comparing any game that gets released now gets compared to the top games, right? They're like, oh, well, why would I play this when I can just play WoW? At least WoW has content. At least Final Fantasy XIV has content. At least Guild Wars has content. At least Albion has content. Right? At least RuneScape has content. Like, how can you compare a brand new MMO that just released to a 15, 20-year-old game? Those games have had 15 to 20 years worth of time to add content to their game. So how can you expect a brand new game to have the same amount of content? You can't. So people are comparing their old games to their new games. And then it always falls flat. And one thing that I hate that companies do, and you kind of just touched on it, is they are overusing and abusing the early access title. Because early access, no matter how you look at it, is completely intended for alphas and betas. So the fact that these people are using the early access tag for anything other than alphas and betas is ridiculous. So the fact that they're like, well, we need to put the game out because we need money, but we don't want people to think that it's an alpha because we're not going to wipe the data or the content or the blah, blah, blah. Everything's going to stay the same. We just need people to play the game to keep the hype up, to keep this going, to maybe make some money, to XYZ, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's like where their minds are. So they just like, hey, this is early access. It's not full release. We're still working on it. It's still a work in progress. You might run into some issues and some wipes here and there, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, it's stable. It's ready to play. Give us feedback. And that's not really what they want. Right? Because then people get into the early access and they hate it. And it's glitchy. It's buggy. It's got problems. It's got issues. People don't like it. They get downvoted. The game dies. Doesn't even get to get full released. And there's a lot of people that won't play a game unless it's full released. And then here's the thing, is by the time the game full releases, it has so many negative downvotes and reviews that the people that won't play an early access game won't play the game on full release because of the bad reviews from all the people that did play the early access. So like I said, gaming, the industry of gaming right now is in such a fragile, terrible position that I don't think a new game can truly survive. Like a new MMO almost can't survive in this day and age because the nature at which what people want and what they're looking for and the experience is just, it's not there. They want what is offered to them in the core games that are being played right now in a brand new game that doesn't have the cook time that these other games have had, right? They want as much content as they have in World of Warcraft in a game that hasn't even been a thought for as long as WoW has been released. Right? Like, WoW is old enough at this point from being released, not just of its inception of being created or being started, being, you know, being developed and coded, not even counting all that development time, just counting that from release date to now is older than most people that play video games. Like most of the kids that play video games that are like the reason why things suck because they're crybabies and want things now and they don't know how to wait for good things, and they compare everything. It's like, hey, this apple doesn't taste like an orange. I don't like it. It's like, because it's a fucking apple, you piece of shit. Like, exactly, Pyramid. It's like, it's easier for them to pump out a remaster than it is for them to pump out something brand new because people would rather play a remaster of something they enjoyed when they were younger for nostalgia purposes than to play something brand new and be like, well, this is boring. This was just like this other game I played. This is just like this that I played another time. Or this is a cheaper knockoff version of this or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's just what you're going to run into on a daily basis. So I don't envy gamers or like game developers at all. They have some of the hardest jobs in the world now because how long games have been out and available, people have come accustomed to certain quality of lives. And if your game is lacking even a single one of them, no one, like, people are going to downvote your game. Like, it's not even funny. Like, so take Quinfall, for example. I actually really like Quinfall. I had to quit playing it because I got really bored because they didn't have enough content. And it's not that the game wasn't fun. It's just all they had was PvP. They had very little PvE content, which made it boring for a person like me. But the game was in early access for a year, and it was it was completely unplayable in its early access state. And finally, when they went 1.0, they fixed all the problems, but it already had such a negative review bomb, barely anybody wanted to play it. And then the people that did play it were like, damn, this is a fun-ass game. So it started to bounce back a little bit, started to get some traction, but then it completely fell off because everybody that was coming to play the game, that was, you know, enjoying it, got bored because there wasn't enough content. There wasn't enough to do. All they could do is just do PvP against other players, and that gets boring after so long. So that game is kind of dead now because it's a small indie studio, you know, one dev guy doing a great job, but he just can't keep up with what needs to be done at the rate it needs to be done at with a single person. But at the end of the day, like, they have a very ambitious, cool, interesting game, but it doesn't matter because it can't compete with what is being offered in other big games, right? It can't compete with what WoW offers. Can't compete with what Final Fantasy 7 or Final Fantasy 14 offers. It can't compete with Elder Scrolls Online. At some point it can, and this is what I say is, like, these newer games that are coming out, the problem that they're going to struggle with, the thing that they have to overcome in order to be successful, is they have to somehow stay alive, stay somewhat in like, I wouldn't say the limelight, but they have to somewhat stay in people's minds, in their face in some way, shape, or form, while they're developing more content, right? To kind of survive. They need to somehow start, you know, release the game, get people to join the game, get people interested in it, not hate it, and then they leave because they're bored because there's nothing to do, and then they need to, from that point on, do nothing but release new content and polish, right? Because here's the thing: you can release as much content as you want. You can add as much PvE, you know, raids, dungeons, resources, crafting, professions. It doesn't really matter. You can add thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of hours worth of stuff to do. But if you don't quality of life improve the game, if you don't add, you know, polish and refinement to the game and make it playable and enjoyable and not tedious and irritating to do things, people aren't going to play your game, no matter how much content there is to do, right? So they need to release content, then polish content, then release content and polish content, and they need to rinse and repeat this on like a 3-month rotation, right? They need like 2 months of like coding and stuff to release some new content, and then 1 month of polish, bug fixes, and refinements and quality of life and stuff, and then another 2 months of content, and another month of polish and refinement, another, you know, 2 months of content, and at the end of the year, they'll have a decent amount of content released from their base game, and then they need to do this for at least 5 years, if not from then on out, because if they're not adding content, their game is stale. And the problem is they need to do this with little to no players. And most companies can't afford to pump out that kind of content with no revenue. And this is why I think most games are going to fail and just go belly up and just close their doors, because they're not going to be able to sustain the servers and the payments of the devs and so on and so forth to continue on developing a game that no one's playing. At the end of the day, that is the true problem. So, you know, we can keep our fingers crossed and hope, but I would say, to your question of Guild Wars 3 living up to the hype, I can almost guarantee it won't, because I feel like in the last 10-15 years, I don't think a single game that's released has lived up to the hype. I think the closest one, for me at least, was New World. I loved New World. Still love New World. But like I said, RIP, right? I don't understand. Like, honestly, I opening that can of worms of New World, like, I don't fathom the logic behind their thought process. It just literally makes zero fucking sense of what they did and why they did it. But they're kind of a prime example, right? They released the game before it was ready because people wanted it released. They even said, hey, we need an extra month to get everything in place that we want to get in place. And people did want that, so they released it. And then people downvoted it because it released with bugs and issues and problems. And then they were trying to bug fix on the fly for months after release. And the priorities that they were hitting were so terrible. Like, they thought it was more of a priority to nerf a spawn rate of a boar than it was to fix the fact that you couldn't even do a quest line because the NPC didn't exist. Right? Like, their priorities of what to fix and what was important and what wasn't important was so bad. You couldn't even run and open your inventory at the same time. Like, they were just lacking so much quality of life in the game. And they were just doing some really stupid fixes and updates and quality of life changes. None of it made any sense. Right? And then, you know, years go by. You know, a year goes by, they open up, like, their next, you know, expansion or whatever. And blah, blah, blah. And it's good. That new expansion, fire. Right? The quality of life that came with it was fire. Right? Like, it's just... Man, I don't know. I just can't even explain like how bad it was. But I don't know, I'm kind of way off topic here at this point. But like, wow, I mean, New World was fantastic, and like the fact that they put all that time, all that effort, all that money into that game and then decide, oh, well, you know what? We're just going to kill it after releasing our newest, latest, greatest expansion. We're going to give it to you for free, and then we're going to, for a year, and then we're just going to close the doors. Have a good one. See you, bye. What? You just spent all that money developing that expansion, and then you're just going to give it to us for free and then close your doors a year later? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Oh. Scam of creation? Yeah. I don't know about scam of creation, man. That shit was wild. What the hell? Right in the guy's hand. That's crazy, Topher. This one. Bro, chocolate chip dipping sticks? Fire. I love it. Now, I hope they're chewy though, like bigger, you know, chocolate chips. Because I don't like crunchy. I don't mind some crunch, but I want it to be really soft. But yeah, Pyramid Man, I don't know, just... Like I said, at the end of the day, I'm not going to say Guild Wars 3 won't be fun. It won't be enjoyable. But what it will have is the same problem every MMO has. No matter what company you come from. Who's going to make it, it truly doesn't matter. Is that it's not going to have content. It's literally going to be boring. You're going to level really quickly. You're going to get through the content they have available to you quickly. And then you're going to be bored. And you're going to go back to any game that you typically were playing beforehand. There's no way around it. There's nothing you can do to change that. That's just the reality of what's going to happen. The only thing you can pray for is that it was fun enough and enjoyable enough to come back and play it once they've added content. That's all you can truly ask for. As long as it's got a good core basis to the game that was fun and enjoyable, and the only reason you stopped playing it was because you didn't have anything to do. Like, you've done everything it had to offer. If that's the only reason why you quit, and you're willing to come back to it once they add more content to it, then it'll be in a good position, right? It's kind of like, I don't know, can you even still hear me right now, Pyramid? I don't even know if you can hear me. Oh, you can? But yeah, that's the only thing you can really hope for with a new game. Like I said, Guild Wars 3. Because even though Guild Wars 2 is such a great game, even Guild Wars 1 was such a good game, Guild Wars 3 is gonna be bad. It's gonna be, I mean, it's not gonna be bad, it's gonna be boring, right? It's not gonna have a lot of content, it's not gonna have a lot to do. You're gonna get done with it very quickly. And like I said, unless the game, as long as the game has like a good basis to it, that you're willing to come back to it after they've had time to add content. You know, that's all you can ask for. Just hope that that's what the game is. As long as the game is fun to play, it's enjoyable, and the core of what they give you is enjoyable and fun, then good. But that's what I was saying before with like games. Like companies, that's what they need. They need a game that's fun and enjoyable to play. And yes, people stop playing it because they have no content, but they need to design it in a way where they will come back as content comes, right? As the content gets released and it gets introduced into the game, people are going to come back to try the new content every single time. That's what you're hoping for in your game. It's kind of like Path of the Exiles, right? People don't play Path of the Exiles religiously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day of the year. They play for 1 or 2 weeks every season. Right? So they log in, they play the new ladder season for, you know, a couple weeks. And then they go play back, you know, the regular games they typically play. That's literally how it works. So their whole model is put out some content that people are willing to come and play for a couple weeks. Maybe spend a little bit of money on a supporter pack, and then they go and play something else. That's literally their business model.
Now you'll see what you're up against.
And that's how MMOs are kind of at this point. Like WoW, for example. A lot of people don't play WoW 24/7. They play it for a while, they get bored of the new expansion after a little while, and then they wait for the next expansion. And they buy the new expansion. They buy a couple months worth of, you know, WoW time. They play for a little bit, maybe buy like a little cosmetics here and there, and then they go and play something else while they're bored waiting on the next expansion. Fine. How it works, right? It is what it is. At least you have consistent, you know, consistency where people are consistently coming back and paying back or making you revenue based off of the money you're putting into the new content that you're making them. Only thing you can ask. As long as you're not making content and not making the money back. Like if you were like, that's what I was saying before. If you have a game that dies because no one wants to play your game because your game is dog shit, right? You can spend as much time as you want making content. It's going to cost you a bunch of money to make content, but if no one is interested in coming back to your game to play the new content you're releasing, then you've lost. They need to be interested enough, and you need to stay interested enough in your game to want to come back as you release new content. Really all it boils down to.
You'll never beat my brilliance.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I was for a while. So I played WoW from 2004 to about 2015, basically religiously, 80 hours a week, right? That's all I fucking did. I did that, and I played Counter-Strike. Literally would play WoW until, you know, I'd be playing WoW all day long, and then, you know, Counter-Strike people would be like, hey, we got a scrim, and I'd go and play a scrim, and then once the scrim was over, I would jump right back on WoW. That's literally all I fucking did. And that was just my life back then, right? And then obviously as I get older, things change, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's fine. It is what it is. but I got bored. So that's when I started like all right, I want to play other stuff and do other things. But I would play WoW. I would buy the new expansion. I'd play it for a month, and then I'd put it down for 10 to 11 months, and then I would buy the next expansion and rinse and repeat. What I did for like 3 or 4 years. And then eventually, I want to say close to 2018, maybe 2019, I basically just completely quit WoW altogether. Just refused to go back. I have no, like, there's times, don't get me wrong, where I'm like, man, WoW would be fun. I could go play WoW for a little bit. I think it would be, you know, I get that little itch, but then I sit there and I think about it logically. I'm like, I know what's gonna happen. Exactly what's gonna happen. I literally say to myself, I says, I'm gonna buy a month subscription. I'm gonna log in, get to my character page, and close the game. So what's the point? I'm gonna log in. What am I gonna do when I log in? I'm gonna run around and I'm gonna go mine some materials, and I'm gonna get bored in 30 minutes and then log off. Right? So I mentally remind myself that I'm not gonna have fun playing the game because there's nothing in the game that I want to do.
Welcome to Metrica Province.
So that's what I do, and it works for me. It doesn't work for everybody, but that's what keeps me from going back to the game. And not that that's a bad thing or a good thing. It's just, you know, I have no need to go and do it because like anything they have to offer me, I've either done already a bunch of times or I don't need to do. I could do it in another game. Now, I will say, with the added caveat, that if they actually do release a legit WoW Classic Plus, I will go back and play it. 100%. If they give us a Classic Plus, 1000% will actually get that and play it. At least to try it. That's what I really need. That's what I've been waiting for. I love WoW. WoW is a great game, but I refuse to play this copy-paste, expansion to expansion, same things, same everything, like there's nothing different every single time they give me a new expansion. Nothing changes. Nothing gets different. Nothing gets added. And then if they add something, they remove it the next expansion and it's useless going forward. So it's just like, what's the fucking point? So, like, that's kind of like where I'm at with it. Like I said, I will not go back to WoW until then. Now, I still play RuneScape. You know, I still play Black Desert Online. I still play EVE Online. I still play a bunch of those other, you know, MMOs on and off throughout the year, you know, stuff like that. But there are certain ones I will not ever touch again unless something dramatic changes. But yeah, I was in that same boat when it came to WoW for the longest time. Like I said, just play it for a little bit, well, turn it, you know, put it away. Play it for a little bit, put it away. Play it for a little bit, put it away. I did that for many years. Trying to figure out the right way to get up here again. I feel like this one is one of those interesting ones. I think this is one of the interesting. I have to do something funky. This is one of the things that I think a lot of people would enjoy about this game is you can cheese these vistas, right? These points of interest and stuff, or you can use like a mount or a glider or flying thing to basically just complete it for you without even trying. But if you do it in the contents of like the way the game is designed to do it, like they give you a route to do it every single time. Right? Some of it are jump puzzles. Some of it are honestly hidden little secrets to find. Right? Figuring it out is kind of the enjoyment behind a lot of these little areas. figuring out where the jump puzzle starts or goes to, or you know, how to do it or whatever, right? Like there's lots of little things to it, but you know, figuring it out is like part of the enjoyment. Completing it is the other part of the enjoyment for it, right? Like some people don't care that much. Now, once you've done it like a couple of times, like do you really want to do it like 100 times? You know what I mean? Like on every character? No, you can start cheesing it at a certain point, which is what I do with some of them. If I don't remember how to do one, I'll do it legit. But if I've done it, if I remember doing it recently, then I'll just cheese it because I just don't care. I just literally just recently did it. Shame on us all. Yeah. See, that's what really grinded my gears about it is like vanilla. Like they released Classic, and it was nothing different. Like Seasons of Discovery was cool. I didn't actually play it, but it was a cool idea, and I thought it would be really cool to try it. But I just by the time I thought about trying it, I was like, yeah, not worth my time.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh,
piece of candy.
Piece of candy. Yo, what up, Demon? What's going on? I appreciate you stopping on in. But yeah, WoW was just like, oh, we're gonna give you Classic, and it's gonna be the exact same thing you've played before, and we're just gonna accelerate the process. So why do I need to play it? Like, okay, cool. I could play it like it used to be back in the day. Cool. I can feel some nostalgia from it. 10 minutes later, I'm gonna be bored.
My crew is on the verge
Right?
of breakthrough.
Because here's the thing: no matter how true to vanilla they released it, can't sleep. That sucks. I'm sorry. No matter how close to vanilla they release it, no matter exactly the coding, even if they copy and pasted the exact coding from day one release in its entirety of dog shitness, the game still wouldn't be vanilla. And hear me out why. When the game was first released, people had no fucking idea what they were doing. Literally not a fucking clue. We were messaging people in games. Hey, has anybody seen where this NPC is? Does anybody know how to do this quest? Blah, blah, blah. We were helping each other out. We're trying to figure out things, right? And now, that's not a thing. That's not a problem. It's not an issue. We have wikis. We have add-ons that give us the answer. We already done the answers hundreds of times. So it doesn't matter. So learning the raids is different. There's no learning. We already know it. We already know the min-max builds and the setups and the gear that's required. And like, cause I don't remember if you remember, but back in the day, the goal was you needed to get fire resistance gear in order to go to Molten Core. Nowadays, no one does it. Right? Back in the day, it was unheard of. It was unfathomable to think that you could tank as a Fury spec. But nowadays, if you're not Fury spec, you're wrong. Or at least, you know, in like some super hardcore, high level raiding guilds, and depending on which raid you're going into, sometimes you have to be in prod spec, but you know, not all of them. Anyway, like, those are things that have been learned and figured out and stuff since the game had been released at some point in time, right? So the game can never go back in the box. Like opening Pandora's box, you can never go back. Once the knowledge has been acquired, the game is no longer the game. So giving us the exact same game that they had originally given us, just in an accelerated form, is very lazy and not going to keep people's interest very much. You have to change it in some way, shape, or form. If you do not change it, people will not stay. So Season of Discovery was a good attempt, in my opinion, to rectifying that situation. I think, in my opinion. Now, they could have done a slightly better job with it, but, you know, hey, at least they tried. This is why I'm waiting for the true official Classic Plus. And here's the thing, is it just like any other game, is it going to be good? Are they actually going to give us good content? Are they going to release it at a reasonable rate? You know what I mean? Like, because they already have the core game in place. They just have to just give us content. They have to give us stuff to do. So I don't know. It's just only time will tell, honestly. So we'll see. Small indie company. I know. So it's funny that we joked about that with New World too. That was the running joke with New World. We always call it a small indie company. Oh, I don't know, man. It's what it is. But I mean, at the end of the day, Pyramid, back to what we were talking about originally, like, if this game is interested in you for horizontal progression, achievement hunting, mastery hunting, you know, getting mounts and cosmetics and skins and stuff like that, game is perfect for you for that. And like I said, you can't beat the fact that it's free to play. At least the base game. There's no reason not to try it. No reason not to, you know, attempt to see if you like it. Like I said, it is overwhelming. I think any game nowadays that has been out for more than 5 years is overwhelming to get started in, personally. But there's only one way that overwhelmingness goes away, and that's one, talking with other people to try and like get the answers or the information or the knowledge to, you know, progress or to learn or to, you know, blah blah blah. Or trial and error. There's only one way you're gonna figure it out at the end of the day, you know. I don't think WoW Plus would be, or Classic Plus would ever be a bot-filled bullshit. Now, it's gonna have bots. I mean, just like any other freaking World of Warcraft piece of shit game, but like, it's just, it's good. I think there'll be a lot of people wanting to play it, honestly.
A resounding success.
But once again, Pyramid, like I said, you can join the Discord if you ever have any questions, want to share something, show something, or help somebody else out. You know, ask questions. You know, chime in at any time. We have the VODs channel as well, like I said, over on YouTube. You can always check that out if you ever want to rewatch a stream or something. See like kind of some of the content I've been doing on this game and other games. You know, feel free to ask questions about anything, and you know, even if I'm not playing a game currently, if you have a question about any game, feel free to ask. I love talking about video games, as you can tell. I just rant nonstop. But I love talking about things. I like teaching. I like giving information and helping people. So feel free to ask anytime. And like I said, if you do want to get in on this game and you do want some help learning or exploring, or you know, have any questions, feel free to message me. You know, either in Discord or in game if you see me in game. If you want to, like I said, if you want to party up as a duo and do some quests together, I'm down to help out, you know, on and off, as I have free time, basically. So feel free. Also, thanks for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As I hope you're enjoying the stream. Hopefully I gave you enough information to kind of guide you in the direction that you're looking for. Whether I sold you on it or whether I sold you to not get it, I don't care one way or the other. I just want to give you the knowledge so you can make your own sound decision. I can't tell you how many people I've actually turned off to video games, giving them the information that they want. Kind of funny. They ask me a question, I answer them like, "Oh, thank God I asked you, because now I'm not going to play that game." And I'm like, oh, "Okay, good. I'm glad I helped." You know what I mean? Like, what I'm here for. I will say, if you're gonna play it, Pyramid, I recommend playing it on a standalone rather than the Steam client. I don't think there's much of a difference, but a lot of the veteran players just always recommend playing it on the standalone rather than through Steam. I don't know the reasoning behind it, but yeah, I don't know. I just know that's what a lot of veteran players usually like make comments about. They're like, "Oh yeah, you play it through the standalone, right?" Like they always ask that question. But I mean, I do agree, Demon. Like, but that's the point. It's like it's not that the game is any different. It's not like the updates are any different. It's not like it's like a different game. But there's a reason why they always ask, "Are you're getting into the standalone, right?" Because maybe there's more reliability with the updates and the downloads and stuff like that. Maybe the you know, purchasing, you know, the stuff is better through a standalone than it is through Steam, because maybe Steam has some problems sometimes, or maybe they don't have the promos as much or something. I don't know what the exact reasoning. Like I said, I don't know the answer. I just know that that's just, when I came back to the game after 5 years of a break, that's the first thing I heard from like 4 different people. Oh, you're playing on the standalone, right? So what are you confused on here, Silver? Are you confused on what he's talking? Like, what did he do to the weapon? I'm not really paying too much attention to like what's going on. Kind of like glancing at it. Oh, he lost 400 div. Let me see. Oh, okay. So I don't know exactly how he's losing the money, but what happens is he's using a Val Orb to corrupt it, and then for a chance for a positive outcome, or an increasement to the item, but the corruptions can actually negatively impact it as well. So that's why it loses value, because if you hit a negative, you've now cucked that item, and that item might be worth a kind of a ridiculous amount. And if it's worth a lot and you kind of brick the item, then that's how you lose that money. Does that make sense? We got a new dagger. Let's go.
Me too.
Where's that?
Script brain, idiot. Pilot, Bobby Finn, ain't got a pot to put poison in. Are you crazy? You're going to get us killed. Yeah? They come after me, I'll tear them to ribbons.
Oh. Oh, really, Demon? I mean, I can see the issue with that, Demon. Like, if you've been playing the game for a long time and you want to play it through Steam, you can't, right? Unless you have to jump through some hoops to do some stuff. I could see that being annoying. And if you're like, if you have a new player that's coming in and whatnot, you know, just be like, yo, just play on the standalone. That way you don't run into any issues down the line, right? Because what if Guild Wars stops offering Guild Wars 2 through Steam, and your account's through Steam? How much trouble is it going to be to convert from Steam to non-Steam, right? It's just easier just to go through the standalone and not have to deal with the bullshit in the long run. So I can see the argument to that, but I also, like, I've played so many games, like Path of Exiles, for example. I've played it on standalone and on Steam, and I don't think there's any difference in either one. They both played just the same. So I feel like it doesn't really matter which one you play on at the end of the day. But some people swear up and down by one versus the other. And I feel like Guild Wars is no different, right? Standalone versus non-standalone, they both play identically the same way. And if you're a brand new player coming into the game, it doesn't matter which one you start on. It's just whatever you're more comfortable with. Yeah, I'm not saying they would, Demon. I'm just saying in general, like hypothetically speaking, if they were to, maybe in 5 years, they're like, all right, we no longer want to have it on Steam anymore. We want to just host it ourselves, you know, and not through multiple, you know, different options. I could see that being a thing, and if it was, it was, and like there could be, you know, problems down the road. Like I could see that being a problem, and I can also see, you know, veterans that their account not being able to be used on Steam. I can see them being jaded about it and things like that. But I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, I mean, I wouldn't say one's better than the other, right? At least not from my perspective. Exactly, Demon. Like, yeah, they could stop supporting the standalone and only go through. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I say it doesn't truly matter which one you do, because there's possible risks on either side, but they're both basically identical. Other than that, so like I said, who fuck knows, man? It doesn't really matter. It's personal preference.
You bring me something?
You bring me something?
I am thinking about getting off a little early tonight, though, guys. I only got like 4 hours of sleep, and I've been up almost 12 hours. I might get up a little early. Oh, sorry. Just to kind of relax and maybe watch a little bit of TV and stuff. Why not? Kind of get some me time in, you know. Yeah, bro, I can't wait for Path League, man. Path of Exiles is gonna be fire. Can't wait.
Would you like a cup of water?
Hug your wife.
You look
bro, if I
thirsty as
walked up there and
fuck
hugged
right
my
now.
wife right now, she'd slap me in the face. She's straight. Don't fucking touch me, I'm sleeping!
Your attention, please.
Yeah, she straight kicked me in the balls, bro. Like, you don't wake a sleeping bear, you know what I mean? Like, don't wake a sleeping wife. Not without a very good reason. And I can tell you from experience, sex is not a very good reason. You wake your wife up to try and get a blowjob, or a little something something, not a good enough reason. Just saying. Yeah, I will. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Oh god, I thought I just fell through. I was like, shit, I gotta run back up here again. Alright, we're making some good progress here. We're 62%. We have this to discover. We have all of this to discover. I don't want to go up here and come down this. 100% playing RF again. You know, every league, FIP, I always tinker with the idea of, oh, maybe we can do Death Oath. Or maybe we can play, like, you know, Chains of Command again. Or maybe we can do some Golems. And every single league that I play, anything other than RF as a league start, I regret it. Every single league. I always end up playing RF because I get tired of like trying to make those other builds work or whatever the fuck, or I hate it for the league mechanic specifically or whatever. And I always end up just making an RF and just enjoying it. Like, I've kind of have a general rule of thumb going forward from now on. I don't care what the league mechanic is. I don't care what nerfs or buffs have come into the game. I have kind of just told myself, no matter what the situation, the circumstance, just start RF and make a second character later. Rather than making a random character to try something out to see if I like it or not, or blah, 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 and then ending up on RF and being miserable up until that point, just make RF to start with, have a good fucking time, and feed a new build. Once I have an understanding of like the league mechanic, what's to offer, buffs and nerfs that are gonna come in, kind of have like a little bit of kind of information under my belt, then making a new build with all that under my belt and in my, you know, in my back pocket. That makes more sense, right? That's kind of like where I'm at right now at this point. It's like, let's stop fucking around. Let's just buckle down, stay consistent, do what I know I'll like, and stop wasting a lot of my league time. Because here's the problem: it's like I start one build, I try and make it work, put a lot of effort and time into it, and I waste weeks tinkering with it, maybe a full week, before I get pissed and I quit, and I start playing another, you know, build, and I finally, you know, switch builds. And at that point, the market's all fucked. You know, I have no currency, I have no money, I can't afford anything, I can't really do much of anything, and I'm just struggle busting the whole fucking time, and I'm far behind, and at this point, I'm already 1 or 2 weeks into the league, and I've already cucked half my play time by the time I get too bored to want to continue playing the game. So it's just like, fuck it. Let's stop fucking myself in the ass with no lube. Let's just start off right And then if I'm playing RF and I'm not enjoying it, which is a rare situation that would happen, we can easily just start another character. Problem is that, yeah, a league is 3 months, but I am so bored of a league by like week 2 most of the time. Playing anything longer than 2 weeks is really difficult most of the time. Oh man. But yeah, comfy is the name of the game. You know, play something I'm comfortable with, play something I've played 100 times so I know exactly what I'm doing, how to grind, how to get to where I'm trying to get to, farm some currency, and then funnel it into something new. Literally the name of the game. No other real good way to play. Charts? What do you mean? Are you talking about the new league mechanic? You don't think you'll run the new league mechanic? Yeah, I don't know, I was thinking about the logistics of the league mechanic, and it seems like you're gonna find an object and you're going to zone into an area. It's gonna teleport you to like the bottom of the seafloor. You're going to have to kill as many mobs as you can in a certain time limit and get out. And then you got to continue on with your map, right? And that seems kind of meh, right? It reminds me of back in the day doing like, what's it called? Like the Mirror League, where you, not Delirium, but Mirror of Calandra or whatever, where you had to access the mirror, you had to run through the mirror, you had to do that, then you had to get back into the map, or how you had to do horticultures and stuff. Yeah, Calandra League, yeah. Like all those other ones where it's like you run through the map, you're looking for the portal to enter it, to do the league mechanic, to then leave that league mechanic, to then finish the map. Even the last league, Mirage League or whatever, where we had to like run the map to the Mirage and then go into the Mirage, do the Mirage, and then leave the Mirage and then finish the map. It's that kind of tedious back and like in and out of a map that's kind of just annoying, right? League mechanics like Delirium, where you pop a fucking thing as you're running through the map and you just kind of crush the map at the same time as doing the league mechanic, was always more enjoyable. But then leagues like Heist and Toda and things like that, where you get currency from the mapping and you use the currency to funnel into a non-map content, was also really fun. I mean, it didn't per se take you out, but you had to zone into it and stop your mapping, right? If you were like a speed mapper where you can clear a map in less than 30 seconds, but you had to stop to do the mirror, it slowed your map completion down, but it did give you 2 maps. That was the nice thing. It was like you got to double down on your juice for the map. So you spend a bunch of money on like scarabs and things like that to juice your map to make your profits, and you got to double down on it because of the mirage. So that was why that one was actually kind of sick, even though it did take you out of the map. It wasn't taking you out of the map per se, but it was like zoning you into another portion of the map that stopped your clearing of the actual map. So the stopping of the clearing was kind of annoying, but it made up for it because of the bonuses that it gave. Exactly, that's what I was saying. So it was worth juicing the map just to get into the mirage. And even if you didn't fully clear your other map, it didn't matter because you wanted it for the mirage. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was really good, but I could definitely, there was people that were a little like off put by the whole, like I said, I didn't dislike it, but I didn't super like it, but it was fine, right? I didn't like having to leave the map to zone into the mirage every single time, but it was worth it, right? A lot of times that zoning in and out isn't always worth it. So it's just like, you just skip it. You don't even do it at a certain point, because it's like, what's the point? Like, it's just, I'd rather just speed run my maps at a certain point, you know what I mean? What is the knight's favorite fish? Swordfish! Interesting one. That's an interesting one. I don't hate it. It might not be the best one, but I didn't hate it. Alright, hold on. There was, I think, a pair of boots. Can I customize these? Yeah. I don't even remember Affliction. I just remember there was a handful of leagues that I couldn't be bothered to do the league mechanic because it was just so boring. Or I just could never remember to click it. So, Sentinel League. Could never remember to use the Sentinel. Metamorph League. Could never remember to summon the dude at the end of the map to actually summon the meta. Like, there's just certain leagues that just didn't mesh with me very well because I just couldn't remember to do the mechanic. And then there was other leagues that I hated just because the league mechanic itself just felt awful. It was so tedious and annoying. The Necropolis one, I fucking hated. Like, yeah, the crafting capabilities of that league were absolutely insane. But the amount of effort you had to put into to get a craft to min-max it to its fucking fullest was like so obnoxious. That's what I'm saying. It was just so obnoxious. I couldn't get into that. Like, it was so bad. But Harvest was fucking dreadful as a league. as a core part, like being added to core, it's 1,000 times better. But on release, it was fucking awful. I hated fucking Harvest so much. It was so bad. Yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do, like I've been doing, is I'm gonna farm Harvest for Life Force. I made mad money off of Harvest Life Force. And I'm going to funnel the money from that into Sims. I'm just gonna AFK Sim farm after that. So once I can get my character strong enough to run Sims, I'm just gonna just straight up Sim farm. Yeah, I like being able to just literally zone into a map, go into the fucking harvest, pop it, stand there, let everything die, and then just gather the life force and sell it. It's so lucrative. Now, I will say, to really min-max it and make some pretty good money, it can be a little tedious. Because, at least the way I was doing it, it required you to get... It required you to get maps that had X amount of mob density, or increasements to mobs, right? Like, so it needed to have monster pack size of X amount for it to work, because you needed to get to 100%, right? You needed to basically double your pack size. You needed to get to 100% pack size on your map. Why don't you think you can buy those? Wait, what? Why can't you buy those? Wait, small reservation efficiency clusters with 3 nodes? I mean, technically they only come in 3s. But you can't get more than a 3. Not that I know of. They only come in 3s. Well, 2s and 3s. Smalls are 2s and 3s, but I feel like I find those all the time. I feel like they don't cost a whole lot. Now, if you want to talk about something costing a lot of money, let's look at the large voices of command or whatever it's fucking called. Oh. Bro, I don't fucking know the answer to this. Hold on, hold on.
Things should come with a warranty.
Alright, holy hell.
Well, there's a lock mechanism. We just need the crystal that fits in it.
It could be anywhere. This lab's been abandoned for 250
I mean, what makes one good? Because if it's just a blue that you can re-roll, the different stats, right? Like, as long as it's a high item level and it has 3 thingies, like, what would make it cost more than, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just lost. I don't understand. I mean, I get it, aura stackers and stuff like that. Like, they need as much reservation efficiency as possible. But I don't understand where how they're expensive, because I find them all the time. Like, it's not like we're talking about like a perfect 3 property large cluster with 8, you know, nodes, right? Those ones are expensive. Getting one with the perfect 3 combos that you're looking for and it being an 8 property, relatively rare. Those ones get expensive. I get it. Yeah. So you get the 35% increase effect, which is pretty expensive. But I mean, that goes for, I mean, I feel like that's still not stupid expensive, because you can just roll for those. Still not stupid expensive. I don't know. I've never seen the 3 property ones be actually really expensive. I could be wrong, but I mean, I don't sell a whole lot of stuff anymore, but I also don't buy a whole lot. At least not in those types of things, because normally I'm just buying what I need for my build, and everything else I just kind of ignore. I mean, it could be expensive. I said I won't know exactly, but it could be expensive. I mean, there's certain things that are definitely expensive that don't seem expensive, right? And a lot of it does revolve around stat stacking in some way, whether it's reservation efficiency stacking, minion damage node stacking, like, you know what I mean? Like the 12, the large clusters with 12 nodes for minions usually are relatively expensive. And even if they're not rolled well, bases are usually relatively expensive. Not super expensive, but they're more expensive than like a 11 or a 10 or a 9 or an 8, because for minions that is like god tier. Having 12 passives to work with is god tier. No, so I saw the patch notes and I got very overwhelmed with how long the list was, that I didn't look at a whole lot of it, because there was too much to look at. Between the revamps to the league mechanics, the changes to a lot of the uniques and items and stuff, and then the skills and abilities that got changed. How are we somehow evading everything and just blocking everything with the obstruction? +1 max charges. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I just didn't look into it all that much because there was way too much. Yeah, because the base is +1, right? It already comes with a +1. And then you can now get another +1 from the corruption, which is pretty cool. Well, I mean, I don't know how you obtain it, Fip, but from at least the video I saw, there was a lightning coil that had an implicit from the new league mechanic, I think, that said 20% of fizz damage taken as fire, which was kind of wild because the lightning coil already has 50% fizz taken as lightning, and then you add another 20% of fire. And then if you could do the same thing to the Cloak of Flame, that would make it like 60% of fizz taken as fire. Oh, that's from Legion? That's pretty cool though. So how does that work then with Legion? Like I said, I didn't see the revamp for Legion. I didn't read the league mechanic changes. Oh, so it consumes the Cloak of Flame into the lightning coil? Interesting. That's interesting. Sounds very RNG. Don't know how I feel about it. So what if you sacrifice a lightning coil then? Would it give you a chest piece with an implicit of fizz taken as lightning? And that would be kind of cool. Now the dumb question is, could you, in theory, get a lightning coil from that? Does it give you a random chest piece? So in theory, could you consume a cloak to get a cloak with the extra modifier? Because that would be insane. Could you imagine consuming a lightning coil to get the lightning coil implicit on a lightning coil? Oh, okay. So whatever it's not. Gotcha. Yeah, so it's another, yeah, so it works in the same way. It's like, okay, I am a combs, I'm a Cloak of Flame, so I can be anything but a cloak of flames as long as the body, right? That's crazy though. That could be really nuts. I could see Legion being very profitable this league. For like min-maxers.
I don't have enough energy.
Yeah, the only thing about my cast on stun RF build that I wish I could like kind of figure out is how to farm my own like blood notch and abominable force. Because I would like to try to minimize the amount of stuff I have to purchase. But it's kind of hard. I don't know this last vista. Maybe up here. I don't know how to get up there.
Attack! Yes!
That's right.
Pretty sure the last point of interest that I'm missing requires me to find a teleporter somewhere. I just don't remember where the teleporter is at. Alright, we're gonna have to Google two things. First off, how to get to this. Secondly, where this last vista. So, Guild Wars 2, Metrica Province. Alright, so first thing is first. What that place is called. Outer something. Oh, Inquest Outer Complex. Inquest Outer Complex. Okay, so there is a vista there. How do we get there? So the point of interest within the complex is a hidden northeast section of the large Inquest complex. An area can only be accessed via an Azura gate inside this large underground cavern. Many technicians carry out various research experiments. It can only be accessed via the Azura gate located here and here, just southwest of here. Okay, so that's what I thought. So
Mr.
I think
Bobby,
it's
come on
this.
down here. Help me, Jesus! Help me, Jewish God! Help me!
Help me, Tom Cruise!
Ah! Help me, Tom Cruise!
Yeah. I think it's there. I knew this one required some sort of like teleport. I just couldn't remember where the teleport was. Yeah, I remember doing this. I had to Google it last time too. Alright. There's that. Alright, now we're just missing the last of Vista. Let's see here. So there's a Vista here, which we got. There is a alright, let's start at the top. So yeah, we have this one. Have that one. Okay. That one. That one. That one. And this one. Ah, that's one I forgot. I always forget that there's a spot in here. There's a cave. I don't know if it's there or right here. Yeah, I always forget about this zone back here. Bro, go with tried and true, man. Every time, tried and true. You cannot go wrong. I'm telling you. Alright, we need to go and do this really quick to get our daily done. And then... Problem is, I need to get the weeklies done too. Alright, so close that up. Bait build it is! No! Ugh. Yeah, because like I would like to farm in Adorns, but I feel like farming in Adorns can suck a dick. My daily is to kill mobs in the Crystal Desert. So let's switch characters really quick. We go do that. Yeah, so from my recollection, there's 4 pieces. One is at Zero, yeah. One is at maybe Ultimatum, I don't know. I know for a fact one of them is the Val side area. It has to be a unique Val side area specifically. So that one can only be obtained if you take a specific point in the Atlas tree. And you have to like Val the entrance for a chance for the Val side area to be the one with the boss you're looking for. It's so obnoxious. One of the pieces can. One of the pieces drops off of a unique boss in a specific unique Val side area that can only spawn if you Val orb the Val side area. I'll pull it up and I'll show you in a second. Like, farming Uber Zeri, pretty easy to get one of the items, right? And if the other one is Ultimatum, that one's also... I don't know how difficult that one is, because I don't know what it requires. You're reading it on the okay. Yeah. It's the Val side area one, I think, is the actual problem child. Like I said, the Uber Zeri one, super fine. And if you're right about the Ultimatum one, I don't know exactly what you have to do for Ultimatum, but that one probably won't be too terrible. It's doable to farm Ultimatums and get it that way. You might have to have an Atlas tree for it to actually get them to drop. I don't remember the 4th one. Like I said, I know the 3rd one is a Val side area. It's a unique Val side area that can only be obtained via Val orbing the entrance to modify it, right? And getting lucky to actually hit the one of the 3 bosses. And then, because only one of the bosses can drop it. Or, one of them has a guarantee to drop it. I think another one has like a 50% chance to drop it. And then the 3rd one can't drop it. Or some shit. So you don't have a whole lot of options on how to obtain it. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to finish my daily really fast. Alright, daily is done. Alright. So yeah, let's take a quick gander at this really quick. So yeah, beauty is Uber, so that one's easy. Ambition is the restricted where it can be dropped, it cannot be chanced. Is only from Val oriented in the temple of Atzuwatl. So this one I think is just you just farm this guy. Yeah, so this one I think is just you farm him and you have a chance for it to drop. Right here. 7% chance. So those two are easy. Yeah, that's the Alva Temple. That's what I'm saying. So you're on the Alva Temple, you get to the end, you fight the boss at the end. I don't know if there's a specific room you need. So those two are easy. This one is only a drop from Val Temple. I don't know how easy it is to get a Val Temple. I don't remember how to get these. So you run the Val Temple, you fight the boss, and then the boss basically drops it. So you need to farm Val Temples. Like I said, don't remember how to get a Val Temple, but not too terrible. I think it's this one is the problem child. Unless they changed it. Oh, maybe they changed it. I think this one was changed. This one might have been changed. Not? There was one where you had to actually farm Val side areas. I don't remember when that changed. Yeah, so this one was previously Ultimatum Aspect, which is the one you were thinking. This one never changed. This one was also an Ultimatum Aspect. Interesting. Yeah, it's Delve, which is... I think this one's hard. Because yes, you can constantly delve, but finding the restricted area, like the hidden area, I think that's the hard part for it. Like, is why? I don't remember for what reason. Oh, this is okay. This is what I was thinking right here. So you can actually obtain a legit full adorns from this. That's the one I was thinking. Okay, yeah, I had it misplaced. My bad. So this is the one where I was saying you have to run an atlas tree for this. There's a specific node on the atlas tree that allows you to like corrupt Val side areas to get a chance at the Bane of Chaos. And if you hit the Bane of Chaos, you get the drop. Right. The vessel contains an adorned every time. So this is probably the reliable way of farming it pretty easily. You basically, like, literally, you force an atlas that gives you Val side areas, and you just have Val orbs on you. And you hit a Val orb on every fucking side area you see, and eventually you hit one, you run it, you get an Adorns. And you just keep doing that, and you keep doing that, and keep doing that until you hit one. Like a good one. That's probably the way people mostly farm Adorns, honestly. Could be completely wrong, but I wouldn't see why not. I don't know how people get up there into these tunnels. Like, how do they get into these tunnels? Yeah. Oh, let's take a gander at where we gotta go next. Map is done. Yeah, it's 4 o'clock. I think we're gonna call it here. I'm just gonna get over to my next zone. Because tomorrow we're gonna finish this zone and the quest. We might sit down to do our weekly tomorrow. We got 22 hours to do this. We got one more group activity to do. We got like 57 more gatherables. Basically just need 3 and then a couple more champions. That could be hard to do. We try to complete a meta event. But I'd like to get this done. What do we got? Money. We got 500. Yeah, we bought these and this already. We bought this. What are we left with? We do the 1% gold increase, which is kind of meh, I feel like. I do need the Mystic coins. 60 times 9 is a decent amount. Oh, was that 540? So I could get this maxed out. I need the Mystic Clovers as well. That's 1,200 for the. That's expensive. Yeah, I should probably buy a lot of these like crafting mats too. Like this one. Get these. You get these probably. But the rest of it's all about like picking up these cosmetics. Or previous items. Billy's like this jackal, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, so I could buy this skimmer's skin. Cat tree chair. Leaf glider. weapon skin collection box. That's pretty cool. Oh, got an enchanted owl griffin skin. Pretty dope. Yeah, I don't have this because I would need the expansions for these ones. Anyway, yeah, I think we're gonna call it here. Like I said, tomorrow I think we're gonna try and get these done, and obviously my daily done, and then hopefully push on with the map and uh the storyline. So it wants me to apply a die. Alright, so that's done. Alright. So it's complete more events, cover more waypoints, and then gather more craftable. Craft an item. Yeah, there's a lot of these we can get done. So this is like something we should be working towards because I think these just give take effect of immediate upon a response. This is the volume completion award to I don't know what that means. But that's what we're working towards. And then we got volume 3, volume 4, volume 5. That's pretty cool. Alright. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it here. But I appreciate you guys. Call me sleep, sleep. No, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, mate. Hope you have a okay night. Listen to some music. Get a good little comfy session in. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. I'll talk to you guys later. Like I said, if you guys have enjoyed Discord, feel free. The only thing that's don't be a dick. If you have any gaming question, if you need help, want to share some show something off or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in. If you ever need to reach me off stream, that's the best place to do it. And if you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I'd appreciate that as well. Just go give it a little look. If you ever miss a stream, want to rewatch a stream, or catch something you might have missed, that's the best place to do it. But I appreciate y'all. We'll be back on tomorrow. Like I said, the goal will be finishing our weekly or daily, and then pushing on with this character some more. But I'll talk to you guys later. See you. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you. See ya. Bye.